And everyone, welcome to the City of Delray Beach's workshop meeting scheduled for Tuesday, January 11th, 2022, 3 p.m. Please call the roll.
Okay. Ms. Cassell?
Here.
Ms. Johnson?
Present.
Mayor Petrolia?
Here, and we have 3 workshop items. We're starting with the education workshop as the first. Mr. Manager.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you very much, Madam Mayor, Commissioner Cassell, Vice Mayor Johnson, and I believe Commissioner Boylston may be participating with us virtually. Is that the case?
I understood that only for the 4 o'clock.
Okay, very well. Just to clarify, I appreciate that. So in any event, an education workshop discussion. This is actually a bit of a follow-up from our previous dialogue to this effect, having gone back into November. And as the City of Delray Beach prepares for other consideration, including our joint workshop meeting with the Community Redevelopment Agency Board of Directors, we look forward to engaging in that regard. So this is simply a brief update in terms of where we are and where we anticipate moving forward. So with that, Education Coordinator Janet Meeks is with us to offer a brief dialogue to that effect, and we go from there.
Okay.
Ms.
Welcome,
Meeks.
Janet.
Okay. Well, good afternoon, and thank you very much. And before I get started, I do have the education chair this evening with me, with Mitch Katz, who there were some actions taken at our last night board meeting. So could he just give a few minutes to give the update as to what happened last night would be appreciated. So I'm basically here this afternoon to request from you, the City Commission, to possibly move forward with a resolution to the school district to halt construction and planning for a short period of time at Delray Full Service Center and Pine Grove Elementary School until coordinated planning can occur. As Mr. Moore said, when I reported to you in November, I was to come back to write a business case and with a narrative around the data so that you could kind of discuss where we needed to go. And I really felt that was kind of impossible until we had this coordinated planning session with all parties involved. So as I was doing more research and look at that business case, I realized that we have an interlocal agreement with Palm Beach County School District that was effective in March of 2017 and codified in the Delray Beach Comprehensive Plan for coordinated planning. And I did bring a copy of that with me this evening. If I could go ahead and hand that out so you can have a copy of it for you to peruse over. It's a long document, so we won't go over the whole thing today. But I really feel that the failure for both of us to really comply with this agreement is there's confusion and many conversations that have occurred before all parties can come to the table to kind of look at the vision of where Delray Beach is going with its schools. There is $34 million at stake for building construction that is not adequately planned or discussed yet through the city. Halting the activity for a short period of time could actually help us engage in an actual coordinated planning session. We would be drafting our 2022 Sharing for Excellence plan that can actually then detailed, agreed upon, and approved plans, budgets, timelines, roles, responsibilities, and contributions that both the city and the district can make. And this would include all schools for Delray Beach, not just Pine Grove and Delray Full Service Center. As you know, we only have 8 public schools, and it's kind of a delicate ecosystem, and they all kind of fit together. So if you just look on the interlocal agreement for coordinated planning on page 2 of 24, it actually states Florida statutes requires that coordination of planning occur between the school boards and local governments to ensure that the plans for the construction and opening of public educational facilities are coordinated. And it also requires the school board to submit plans for public educational facilities to the county and municipalities and require each local jurisdiction to determine the consistency of the plans with the effective comprehensive plan and land development regulations. As far as to my knowledge, that has not been, hasn't occurred, and I've, through my research. There are 3 elements that we need to really look at. That would be the education element, the economic prosperity element, and strategic plan element. So I'd like just to give a quick, brief timeline of kind of what's happened over the past 6 years so we can kind of get a better picture to what happened and where we are now and maybe where we need to go from here. So if you'll remember, in 2016, the taxpayers voted for the 1-cent sales tax, which allowed us to, or was allocated from the district for $10 million to rebuild Delray Full Service Center and $12 million to Pine Grove. Delray Full Service Center number has now grown to around 14 million, and Pine Grove, I think, is now up to around 20 million for the full construction. Based on that, I had come to you in 2017 to say, with this, we have an opportunity, but we also have a challenge in our schools. We, at that time, were showing that we had a decrease in enrollment and some underperforming schools, and you guys allocated $10,000 for us to provide an education master plan that actually then offered solutions to our underperforming schools, under-enrolled schools, and to create our next Sharing for Excellence plan, but we didn't act on it at that time. So as we move forward through 2017, 2019, there's a series of community meetings, particularly around Delray Full Service Center. First series of meetings were around providing some additional athletic activities on that site. Concurrently with that, we got a green light with Pompey Park to do its major renovation, and there's a note in the file from the then city manager Lozier to the school district that states the city does not want to duplicate services provided at Delray Full Service Center. However, the city will consider providing that practice field over at Catherine Strong. In 2020, March of 2020 is when schools closed and the pandemic hits full force. July 2020 is the first time the school district is legally allowed to offer adult career and technical education. This is really important for you to understand. So those discussions back in 2016 were not about adult and career education. It was about just providing adult education, which is GED and ESOL. So one would question whether or not that $10 million at the time would be adequate to fully activate and plan that site for what it is anticipated today. So Palm Beach County School District, again, wasn't in the business of providing that career and adult education until just recently. In 2021, we have a new economic development director that has provided us with new economic forecasts and demographics for the city. We found that new residents coming in are wealthier and older and not so many families. I also presented to you in November a new needs assessment that showed the overall picture of our schools in Delray Beach has actually gotten worse, not better. Since the data was pulled in 2017, and the school district's projection 2021 enrollment projections for Pine Grove, Carver, and Village Academy over the next 5 years is flat. So I think what this shows is that we really just need to take a breath, kind of look at all our schools, how they are working together, and quite frankly, the pandemic has really revealed all this new data, the need to reskill and train our workforce, the need of alignment of education and workforce that starts with early education and proceeds through high school. So we really need that coordinated planning session to create a master development plan for our schools collectively, and then individually a master site plan for Carver, historic Carver High School and Pine Grove Elementary School. So again, the way that we would move forward to take any action on that, as we've done in the past, would be to provide that resolution to Palm Beach County School District. So that's really information that I had to offer you today for consideration, and then I'd just like Mitch to talk for just a few minutes of what the Education Board talked about last night.
Before you step away, I just want to ask a question. Okay, so what you're asking to do is to send a letter to halt what is moving forward due to all the changes in the circumstances, and in addition to that, that we're not really complying with the agreement that we should have seen this and understood it before it goes forward due to the ILA. Is that kind of what you're talking about? And then also kind of re-look at this because of the changes that are happening immediately right now that may not support what was planned back in 2017.
Yeah, absolutely, because I don't believe we ever saw a full site plan on Delray Full Service Center, so we know we're getting that 20,000 square foot building, concretables, and then some buildings that you're going to have a meeting at the end of the month to discuss what you're going to do with those historic buildings. Right. But that also requires us to know what you're doing so that we can look at planning and zoning to see if it will be a compatible zoning or use. I heard business offices there, which obviously would be in the middle of a residential neighborhood. We also really don't see what the district is doing to plan the buffer around the site with this major renovation, bringing in adult education. We don't have projections of enrollment. I mean, we really don't have a good handle on what's going on.
And so just from a political standpoint, because there is a tremendous amount of money involved here, what do you perceive the response is going to be from the school board, is this something that we could be, almost costing ourselves having any money flow in, or is that just a guarantee anyway? How do you see that?
No, I think this city has had a strong relationship with Palm Beach County School District over decades, and I think we want to work collaboratively. We might end up exactly with what's been proposed, but I think we deserve looking at the full picture. Back in 2017, when we looked at that education master plan, one of the proposals was at Pine Grove Elementary School was to create an early childhood wing there when they rebuilt it. And I had a brief discussion with the planning director at the school district, and she told me that she thinks they're just going from an 800-seat school to a 500-seat school. That does not change the outcome. Mm-hmm. And then there is nothing in the 5-year capital improvement plan from the district that's actually converting Village Academy to that technical high school. There has to be labs that are provided, so we don't really have any funding stream for that. And our biggest dream would be the first city in Palm Beach County to have this wonderful state-of-the-art adult and career education. It's a career and technical education college and high school. So if that gets successful, does that pull for enrollment from Carver? Mm-hmm. And does that pull for our best and brightest over at Atlantic? Mm-hmm. So is it time to combine Pine Grove and Carter so we have a strong, activated campus going on there, and think about what we might be able to do on Pine Grove? I just think these are all questions we can't answer yet.
Right. And do you think that we should sit down as a city commission with the school board personally? Is that how? Okay, I'm gonna let.
Yes.
I'm probably a question
Okay.
answering all the questions.
Yes. Okay.
Go right ahead, Chair.
Oh, yes, thank you. Mitch Katz, Chair of the Education Board and resident. But I am speaking on this part on behalf of the Education Board because they did take a vote last night, which is interesting because actually it's my second stint on the Education Board, and I don't think we ever took a vote, except we wanted to kick off one member, but we didn't.
So
even
funny
vote on
because
that.
that's how you started when I knew you.
Yeah, exactly. So anyway, so again, Madam Mayor and Commissioners, this is the resolution that was passed, or resolution recommendation that was passed last night. We want to send this message on behalf of the board. I do have at least one board member here with me as well. The Education Board recommends the City Commission demand the school, and we use that word in our demand, that you have rights that are not being met, so we feel the city needs to demand that the school district meet with the city, the CRA, the Carver High School Historical Preservation Society, and the Education Board to discuss further the school district plan for the historic Carver site. And the Education Board recommends the City Commission demand the school district make no further choices, decisions, or movement on the site until the joint meeting of the parties and a site plan can be submitted to the city as required by the interlocal agreement for coordinated planning. And that's the interlocal agreement that we went over. We read that into it as well, but you already had that. I'm not going to redo the whole sections of the interlocal agreement. But that is from the board. And Mayor, just to add on what you said, when you gave the synopsis of what Janet said about 2020 being critical, first of all, since I've been on the Education Board, I think this is Janet's third time presenting to you. Mm-hmm. So your priority in education is obviously there. I mean, you have probably more in the last 6 months that she's been presenting to you than the last 2 years, which shows to us as a board that you think that education is priority. And I think it's also stemming from your economic development telling you that education has to be a priority. That change, when she presented before, Commissioner Boylston mentioned how a bunch of them had taken a bus and gone down to see Atlantic Voc Tech. When they took that bus, our site could not become that because it wasn't allowed by law. Palm Beach State owned that. Right. And that changed now. And all these plans were kind of made and done without that in mind, and now it's happened. So that's why we're asking for that pause, that you pause and move in that direction.
Sounds good. And I think that just the idea of enrollment being so far down and that we're in a different situation than we were in 2017, I think it does lend itself to having some time to reflect really where we're going, because nothing would be worse than to take this money, spend it, and then figure out that we should have gone in a different direction. That's more important to me than anything else, is to go in the right direction, even if it's a general direction, just making sure that it's the right direction for the city of
Also, the
Delray.
question you asked about the dollars, it's part of the bond.
Right.
They were gonna give money there, so they'd have to go and make major changes to that, to the public. They promised that money already to Delray Beach. So they're pretty much committed to spending it. It's just what they're gonna spend it on. And let's not waste the money, because right now the plan doesn't make any sense.
Great. Let me open it up to my colleagues here. Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I must say I've been on this commission since 2017, and I have never seen a meeting between the commission and the school board. And so I'm just a little concerned. I did not know this. And the $10 million was always dangled as if, oh, you could lose it, you could lose it. So I'm really anxious and excited that there is an interlocal agreement that I knew nothing about. So
Very good.
Thank
Thank you.
you.
Mr. Casale?
No, we've met a couple of times on this subject, so you know that I'm in support of, maximizing the potential of that property and using it in a way that benefits the community as well. I mean, I think we all benefit from what you're discussing, so the question is, can we get there and how? And so I look forward to this.
And I'd like to hear from the city manager, who obviously
Mayor,
wants to speak.
I just interrupt, I'm sorry. Commissioner Boylston is actually on.
Oh, okay.
So he would like to be recognized when you have a chance.
Absolutely. Well, do you want me to recognize him first, or yourself? Okay, so Commissioner Boylston, if you are with us and can hear us and can speak.
I am.
Flying. Do they have you out on the wing?
No, I am waiting for the train
Oh, okay.
to take me to the airport. It's plane, trains, and automobiles.
There you go.
So, well, one, thank you for to the education board, to Mr. Katz, and of course Janet Meeks, for stepping forward with this bold recommendation. The only note I would add is that we make this a top priority, and that this pause is a slight pause, and we move very quickly. And the reason I say that is because we saw the expansion of Plamosa to a K through 8 program as part of the penny tax dollars. Well, that was promised in the last penny tax dollars and wasn't prioritized, and money runs out. And with construction costs increasing, what we don't want is to have one of our projects get paused too long and then the funding runs out. I think Villages and Delray Full Service Center is very, very, very close. I think just huddling around our ownership and our stake in regards to the Carver High School, and then of course the vision for the K through 12 program right next door at Village, and making sure that all aligns with everything going on with Delray Full Service Center, which is breaking ground. But Pine Grove is a much larger conversation. That's an extraordinary amount of money being invested in a school that is either seeing enrollment dip or trending flat. So that's what I would agree with the recommendation. Let's just move swiftly on these conversations.
Very good. Great comments. Yes, sir.
Yes, ma'am. Madam Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioner Boylston, Commissioner Casale. Just a friendly reminder that there will be a joint meeting of the City Commission and the Community Redevelopment Agency 2 weeks from today, that being Tuesday, January 25th, of which a core agenda item has to do with this environment, buildings 1, 2, and 12. I provided you all a written update to this effect via the October 29th, 2021 City Commission information letter, and arrangements have been made to that effect, of which leadership from the school district is anticipated to visit with us as part of this meeting and dialogue. And one of the reasons I thought it would be appropriate to have this discussion this evening, so as to familiarize everyone relative to the existing agreement particulars, such that a productive environment or a productive discussion can possibly be initiated as part of that particular consideration. So there's an opportunity to that effect with the Community Redevelopment Agency Board, as well as the City Commission. Members of City Administration, of course, will all be in attendance, and we'll hope to be able to initiate a fairly swift and definitive dialogue with the school district regarding all matters as it relates to this particular facility. So I look forward to some amicable engagement along those lines. And again, we've created the environment for all to proceed as outlined.
Very good. Thank you. Is there anything else yes?
Well, I was just wondering if we proceed with that, if we could ask Chris Garrison to submit a site plan to us, so, and be prepared to do a narrative that evening?
That would be
Is
an
that part of it?
administrative direction,
Okay.
Janet. So as we convene tomorrow's
Okay.
executive
Thank you.
leadership team meeting, that will be part of the direction.
Okay,
So you will
fantastic.
likewise be empowered. I was planning to do so tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock, but since you're so enthusiastic and eager, I do so at this particular time.
And thank you.
You're welcome.
Very good. Well, thank you both.
Okay,
Thank you,
thank
Janet.
you.
Thank you, Mitch, for being here, and thank you for the presentation. We appreciate it.
Commissioner Boylston said.
Okay, thank you very much.
All right, so moving on to workshop agenda item number 2. This is a presentation to the utility rate study prepared by Wilden Financial Services.
Yes, ma'am. And if I may, Madam Mayor, I would,
Oh, is there somebody here? Oh. I don't think so. Is there anybody from the school board here? I don't think so. No. Okay. Go ahead. I'm sorry. I just wanted to acknowledge if there was.
of course. Madam Mayor, Commissioners, Vice Mayor, I was simply asked that items 2 and 3 are essentially one and the same in many respects. One relates to the other, so there may be an opportunity for a collaborative dialogue regarding both topics because they're definitely and directly connected with one another, and essentially recommendations will be forthcoming as a result of this dialogue. So with that, if we can proceed along those lines, I think that would be a productive experience.
Sounds good.
Thank you. Gentlemen, please.
Good afternoon. I'm Daryl Parker, and I'm with Wildan Financial Services. I'm here with my colleague, Michael Cronin, and Michael and I have worked on this rate study for the city, and we've worked primarily with Hassan and John, as well as other staff members and gathering data and that type of thing, and it's been a very good project and a very good study. Hopefully you'll find the same, and I think our results are what you'll see are pretty reasonable, and especially given kind of the funding needs for the city. So what I would say is, I know you guys have another meeting, so I'll kind of move along and try to keep it moving. But if you have questions, stop me. We don't have to wait to the very end.
Will do.
All right. With that, I'll get moving. I haven't used this yet, so let's hope for the best. There we go. So with our rate study, our primary goals and objectives, first and foremost, what we call full cost recovery. We want to make sure that whatever we're doing with your rates, whatever we're proposing for the rates, that they're going to generate enough revenues to meet your expenditures. And we'll talk about the expenditures here in a minute. Cost-based rate structure, meaning we want to recover fixed costs from fixed component, variable from variable component, to the extent that it makes sense. Equity among customer classes. Basically, we want to make sure we develop rates that are equitable so that no one customer class is supporting another. Administrative efficiency, just a long way of saying that the rates should be simple to understand and implement. And a 5-year financial plan. We've actually developed a rate model that's a 10-year model, but we're really, as a city, you're focused on kind of the next 5 years for now. And consistency with industry standards, so things like American Water Works Association, what we call guidelines, what we call standards. We want to make sure that we're not implementing anything for you or proposing anything that kind of steps too far outside of any industry box. So this is kind of a visual of what the kind of the rate process is. We've got our customers and our flows. That's where your revenues come from. So we did a thorough customer analysis. Here again, thanks to staff for getting us good customer data. And we use that information to basically do kind of revenue reconciliation. If the revenues that we generate from your customer data match what has been reported historically, or at least come close, then we're pretty comfortable that there's good data. And we did reach that comfort level. Would you like me to stand a little closer to the mic, or you guys hear me okay?
I can hear you.
Okay, good. I tend to kind of move around when I'm doing this. So the green part at the top being your revenues. So what we do is we take your historical data, we project forward with customers and flows. So that gives us our determinants. We apply the existing rates, to generate the revenues under the existing rates, and then look at that compared to the expenditures, which we'll get to in a second, to see if there's going to be enough revenue. So the expenditures, what we call your revenue requirements, are going to be your operating and maintenance expenses, day-to-day operations, any debt service obligations, not only existing debt that you have associated with the utility system, but also any new debt associated with the capital or any other expenditures. So we just need to make sure that that top part is higher than the bottom part moving forward, and to the extent that adjustments need to be made, that's where the rate design process comes in. So some of the issues driving this financial plan, it's been a lot of years since you've had a rate review. In fact, I'm pretty sure you haven't raised your rates or adjusted your rates at all in the last 10 years, which is not typically what we see in our world. And we're seeing rising operating costs, not just equipment and stuff, but also personnel. People get raises and that type of thing. But what's really driving this kind of more than anything, and this is not new only to your city, this is pretty much every utility, it's the capital, and especially the capital moving forward. We've got some big projects here, some of your primary projects, the water treatment plant, we've got a sewer force main, and some water meter replacements. So, and these are just some of the big ones. All totaled, we're looking at moving forward some dollars that we're going to see here in a minute. So we start with developing our financial projections under existing rates, as I mentioned. So here's your current CIP. You can see that the numbers are kind of normal the first couple of years, but you've got that big water plant project out there, and as I mentioned, some others. So within the next 5-year period, we're going to need to generate some money for capital. Some of that's going to be in the way of funded by new debt, some of it funded from existing reserves, some of it funded from the need for rate adjustments. So we're looking at that 5-year period. So I mentioned new debt. We worked with your financial advisor, Jay is here. In fact, I think he'll be available for any questions associated with that. So Jay is with PMF, and so we're looking at potentially right now 2 bond issues, one coming up this upcoming fiscal year, and then another one a few years later. Obviously, kind of one of the big drivers in this. So if we project everything forward, expenditures, existing debt, add in the new debt, you can see here, if we do nothing with the rates, the revenues are not sufficient to meet our expenditure needs. So that's not a good picture. So we know that, that we need to do something. We run out of cash, or in a pretty good cash position right now, days cash on hand being at 350 days roughly, which is 360 roughly a year right now, which is a good spot to be in. But if we don't adjust rates, all the capital needs and everything, we're going to run out of money. Is pretty much what that's showing us. And here again, that's not a position that we want to put you in. Same thing with fund balance, same basic picture. As the black bar just being what we would call a target, which is so the 365 days of O&M. So as your O&M goes up, that target goes up. But as we can see, we're running out of money. Debt service coverage, basically that's just your operating revenues less your operating expenses, that amount divided by the annual debt service payment. And we've set a target on there of about 1.5 times, which is kind of a reasonable industry target. You can see we're good right now. We'd still be good the next couple years, but then that drops. And not only does it drop below the target, it drops below 1, which means you wouldn't generate enough revenue that after you paid your O&M, you'd even be able to pay your debt. So here again, not a position that we want to see you get into. So in summary, I mean, really doing nothing is not an option, assuming the capital program is moving forward as currently planned. So with the proposed rates that we've developed, and here again, you know, we've worked with staff, and I know you guys have seen this too, which is, you know, here again, a good starting point. So the financial projections obviously look a lot better. We're generating enough revenue to meet the expenditure needs. We've got good days cash on hand. Debt service coverage is very strong, stronger even than the target. And that's even with the new debt. That's factored in there. So what's that mean for ratepayers? So kind of here's most of your customers are combined water and sewer, so this is a combined bill. You can see what we've highlighted here is your typical residential customer, 6,000 gallons a month. Their bill will go up $3.74 a month under the proposed rates. I mean, to us, considering that you have not adjusted rates in 10 years, that's not a bad story. I mean, we look at that as that's, the price of a cup of coffee at Starbucks. 1 cup of coffee a month is what their bill is going up. For customers that use less, their bill won't go up as much. For customers that use more water, then their bill will go up more. So here again, we look at this as that's a pretty good story to tell for your customers. Here's kind of what the dollars look like separated out moving forward. Water bill at 6,000 gallons, sewer bill at 6,000 gallons and combined. So we've got we're averaging as we move forward probably around $4.50, $5 per month every year. And what's kind of driving that, especially in that 2024 year, is that second round of debt. As we saw, if you remember the bar, that's where the big debt issuance comes in. So the typical bill will go up. Here again, we've looked out 10 years. What we're expecting is you can kind of start to level off. But here again, that depends on, you got to remember your CIP, your capital improvement program, it's kind of a fluid planning tool. You might have other projects 5 years from now that we don't see on the horizon right now. So we'll kind of see just kind of how the system works out, how the capital plan works out before we go that far down the road. So now, how does that compare to other utilities in your area? You can see the red dash bar is kind of the average of all those others combined. Where you are right now is you're the third one in, as that kind of dash bar, and the green part being the water, the blue part being the water, green part being the sewer. And so if none of these other utilities adjust their rates in the upcoming year, which they probably will, but even if they didn't, you would only jump over Deerfield Beach as far as your rate adjustments in this first fiscal year. It'd still be well below the average. One of the things that we decided to show to you as a group, if you kind of recall, that last year out there, as we go out 5 years, that combined bill goes up to $80.70. So you can see if none of these other utilities adjusted their rates over this next 5-year period and that average bar didn't move, you'd still be right at and just below the average, your typical customer. The reality is these other utilities will likely increase rates. That average bar will be up, so you'll probably still be well below the average is what we would anticipate 5 years from now. And your capital program will be funded. This is something, the only purpose for this chart is to show you, and it's hard to see, the kind of thicker red line in the bottom third, that's Delray Beach. And this is kind of a historical look, and you can see your trend is flat because you haven't adjusted rates in recent years. You've got a green bar right there with you that is, if I remember correctly, Deerfield. And so what this is showing us is that historically, everybody else in our comparison group has been adjusting their rates upward. You've only got, even the ones that are lower than you, they've gone up. So it just kind of shows that you're not doing anything, like from this point forward, we're not proposing anything different than what your neighboring utilities are doing as well, your neighboring cities. So our final considerations, you do have some major capital improvement needs, and you're aware of that. The proposed rate revisions that we're talking about, and your rates structurally were already good what we would consider good, consistent with industry standards. So we didn't really do a lot of structural changes. It's more for revenue generating purposes. So what the adjustments that we're talking about, as we mentioned, are going to cover your operating needs, your capital needs moving forward based on the projections and the data that we have currently available. I mean, who knows with like supply chain issues, I mean, costs could change from what's currently in the CIP more so or less so than what we projected. You've got rising operating costs, personnel costs. We've already talked about that. So with that, I'll open it up to any questions, any comments, any thoughts.
Did you want to speak, Mr. Moore?
Yes, ma'am, but otherwise, the next step of the presentation involves Jay Glover, who is the city's external financial advisor relative to what the capital program will be. So, of course, this is your opportunity to address concerns relative to rate structure. And the other piece of the announcement as we conclude this presentation is that specific recommendations will be forthcoming relative to resolutions and other transaction processes to announce specific dates as to when this will become plausible.
Okay, and so obviously the rate that you had come up with is $80 for 6,000 gallons.
And that's 5 years from now.
That's 5 years, but it's going to be increasing every year. So in other words, that first bump, which was, I want to say it was only $3.74 a month,
Yep.
or
Yes, ma'am.
$57 for 6,000 gallons, that actually becomes 80 in 5 years, roughly.
We start out at right now 57. I believe that says 85.
Right.
And then it would increase to about $80. A little over
Okay,
80 a
and
month.
so after that point, are we still seeing that increase, or is that then leveling off?
We're thinking based on what based on the current CIP, it should level off. I mean, I don't know that it flattens, but it may.
In our preliminary discussions to this effect, we anticipate a level off point. So that's the escalating period of time to cover the costs associated with the significant capital improvement program,
Right.
including development and construction of the water treatment plant. So to answer the question, based on our discussion and analysis, we're looking at that being the leveling off point after that 5-year projection.
And what I would suggest is that we, whether it be us or you guys internally, that you reassess it, like kind of once the capital program is done and once the new debt is in place. Here again, these are based on projections. And I mean, I'll be the first to tell you, our projections are probably pretty good, but they're not going to be perfect.
Mm-hmm.
But so, yeah, I wouldn't suggest waiting like the full 5 years, maybe sometime at year 3 or year 4. You guys look at it again and say, well, does that still make sense? Maybe it starts to level off at the 4th year. Or here again, if your CIP becomes bigger in years 6 through 10 than we currently know or currently anticipate, then you'd want to reassess at that point anyway.
Okay, and then the 350 days of cash on hand, which ends up being maybe about $28 million of fund balance that we have within the water department.
Sounds about right.
Does that lower that $130 million that's required to do the treatment plant?
No, they're all kind of working simultaneously. Because I mean, you want to keep, and I'll let Jay speak more to this from the financial market standpoint, but you want to keep a good kind of sturdy, fund balance. I mean, maybe you don't want to do 365. Maybe you want to bump it down to 200 or 180 or something. That'll be up to you. If that's the case, then we could use some more of that cash. What we're proposing here is that you maintain that good kind of strong cash balance and still fund your projects from some portion of cash and debt.
Okay, well, I'm going to have to understand why we need, in addition to the reserves that we already have on hand for the city, which is in the tens of millions of dollars as well, that we would also need another $30 million kept on hand. And I don't think that that's for you to answer. That'd be for the city manager and maybe the utilities director to answer. But
and your financial advisor.
And financial advisor, exactly.
Kind of the bond markets and the expectations from the financial markets will kind of drive that.
Right, but if we're doing a major project, our biggest major project, coming up, the bond issue is not as important to me because we're not going to be going out for another $130 million, hopefully, in that department for
Right.
quite some time.
Probably not.
In addition to that, and this is not something for you, but I need answered. I want to understand how we are looking at $130 million for a treatment plant. A long time ago when we were considering this, was concerned about that price tag being as high as it is. Talked with a lot of different people, saw some other different municipalities, didn't spend half that. So I'm curious as to how we're looking at $130 million when neighboring towns have looked at and done quite well with changing their entire treatment plant for $65 million or, $70 million. So I need to understand that as well. And I know that that's not, you are the
Right.
figures guy, so
Yeah.
that's
Yeah,
fine.
yeah. We're
Kind
not
of
the
making that
engineers, but
announcement.
no.
All right, very good. So let's go ahead and move on, I guess. Oh, no, I'm sorry. If there's any other questions.
I'll make my comment at the end.
Okay, and anything you have a question for? And Mr. Moore, you said you look like you wanted to say something.
Yes, ma'am. So essentially, the basis for the presentation is to address some of the comments and questions you've asked because coming on board fairly recently, that was part of my analysis and thought process as well. So the $130 million quote you just offered, the most recent engineering report coming from Kimley Horn that's completed in 2021 projects it at about $105 million. And quite frankly, the next six above and beyond that was about $125 million, closer to the number you talked about. That's based on a projection a few years out. So we work faster to get this accomplished. We're looking at better numbers in that regard. But the other piece, as far as the other questions you talked about relative to the reserve policies that should be evaluated and considered, that's part of the evaluation process we're engaging with our external financial advisor. So Jay Glover will be here before you momentarily to talk a little bit about
Sure.
that, how that works, and quite frankly, recommendations that we would offer will be part and parcel of what they essentially provide us in terms of analysis and background. So another reason for sense of urgency, again, with respect to the water treatment plant is the age of the facility, the accompanying infrastructure, and I hear you loud and clear, ma'am, relative to the costs associated therein, because I questioned the same just reviewing the numbers in previous analysis. The short response is a $105 million estimate was calculated by Kimley Horn, the city's consulting engineer in that regard. And again, a larger number was communicated given the idea or the cost projections associated with construction. So we have an opportunity to manage that. And I look forward to offering leadership and guidance such that we can get to that place and offer some concrete recommendations, and we would go forward in that regard. So with that, ma'am, ladies and gentlemen, Commissioner Boylston, I'm not sure if you would like to give him the opportunity.
Yeah, is there anything that Commissioner Boylston would like to speak to?
Just quickly, I would like to say that I agree with the mayor. I'd like clarity on those two items as well. And before today's presentation is over, if one of the gentlemen can share a best practice for once we do complete this 5-year plan, which is obviously necessary, in our pre-meeting, they described to me kind of a best practice for analyzing and calculating raising of the water rates moving forward after that. If they could just share a little bit of that with us after, of course, this 5 years of ramping up and getting us back to where we need to be. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so is it Mr. Parker, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you going to continue, or is it going to be someone else?
I can answer the last part that I just heard, because we talked a little bit about after the 5 years, and so what I would suggest, and you may not have caught this earlier. I know you're traveling. What I would suggest is don't wait 5 more years to look at this. Kind of reassess every few years, especially with this type of capital program that we're talking about in this large of a program, and just kind of see how it plays out, and then reassess again, and then we can kind of look at if there's a leveling off point or if more is needed, if less is needed, that type of thing. So just it's kind of one of those things that it's right now kind of still a moving target. So let's kind of keep looking at it, basically.
Very good. Thank you so much, Mr. Parker.
You're welcome.
Hello.
Hello, Mayor, Commissioners, City Manager Jay Glover from PFM Financial Advisors. We are the city's external financial advisor on debt-related matters. And just to, I guess, add my thoughts on a couple of topics that were just brought up, and I think the Commissioner on the phone was indicating looking at something like a annual CIP type adjustment moving forward after this rate increase is put in place for the next 5 years. And obviously that would be a policy decision for you all, but I can tell you, working with a lot of municipalities around the state, that they quite often do put smaller increases in place that would automatically adjust rates based on CIP changes as costs go up. So I think that was one thing he might have been mentioned looking at to go along with what Mr. Parker said. Also, in terms of your cash reserves, which I know is a point that's been made a couple of times, and it's a very good point, it is a very fluid number. I mean, there's not one way we can say it should be X versus Y. I think one thing we do consider as we develop this rate plan is what the external capital markets will look at this and see, in particular the credit rating agencies, because when you're accessing this level of debt from the capital markets, you're going to want to craft a plan that results in the strongest credit rating possible, which will thus allow you to have lower interest rates and reduce the cost. And I can tell you that for strong AA type credits, having essentially a year's cash on hand is around the median of what those do have. So again, it's a multi-factored approach the rating agencies take. They're going to look at the economic situation of the city, which is very strong. They're going to look at the debt service coverage ratio, again, which is very strong. They're going to look at the long-term planning you all do in terms of your CIP and things like that, and really take an all-encompassing look at the credit before they assign a rating. And liquidity is a big part of that. So I think as we move forward and start crafting the financial plan, it's one thing we can look at. Can we, based on other metrics that are a little stronger, potentially reduce some of your cash reserves to lower the debt amount and still achieve the same credit rating we might otherwise with this level of reserves. But the idea that we could blend this down and cut your reserves in half, I think, is something that would have a negative impact on your credit ratings. And that just has to be weighed in the overall approach. But that's something we'll be working with you all on as we move forward.
So I have a question about that, Mr. Glover, because I want to understand this. So when you're going out for a rate or a bond and you're trying to get your lowest rates, does the financial part of that take into consideration the reserves that are on hand for the city? It just seems to me that there are probably very few cities, from my perspective, that would have the cash on hand that we have as far as a reserve for the city, and also the cash on hand that we have in our utilities fund. Do they look at them separately, and you're only going to be viewed as to your rating as to what you have in your utilities fund, or do they look at the city overall?
Well, they obviously look at the city overall in terms of your financial picture, because obviously the water and sewer fund, which is an enterprise fund of the city, but when they're really digging into the numbers related to this specific rating, they'll be focused mainly on the enterprise fund. So they are going to look at the enterprise fund reserves separately from your city reserves. Rightly or wrongly, that's just the way the rating agencies do look at it. They are, you're very seldom going to see a water and sewer system that's rated higher than the general credit of a city is. But you will see one that has a water and sewer rated much lower if their specific financial metrics of that system are weaker. For instance, if you had a city with very strong general fund reserves, but the utility system had run their reserves down very low and their coverage very low, your water and sewer system can be rated quite differently from your general fund. So that's kind of a long-winded answer to say, yes, they do look at it separately because it is an enterprise fund, and these bonds will be secured solely by the revenues of the enterprise fund. And that's the way you're going to want it. You're not going to want your general fund to provide any type of secondary support for this financing.
Okay, and so if we were to utilize some of our funds in the fund balance, and then build it back up? Would that not be, because we're talking about, potentially, flattening out, beyond the fifth year, but if we utilize some of that to make it so that it wasn't as stiff of an increase, is that a potential, utilizing what we have right now in our fund balance towards the actual CIP, and then building it up by having maybe just a little blip up later on, but everything was at a lower rate going forward? Because I just think that going from $57 to $80 for a household that's pretty significant in a matter of 5 years. It really is. And when we're talking about $4 a month, even though that doesn't sound like a lot to maybe some people, it can make a big difference to others. So just trying to kind of figure out how we can flatten that out a little bit more and still achieve what we're trying to achieve.
No, completely understand. And again, this is a dynamic process that quite frankly could change year to year. And I don't want to speak on behalf of the city manager. He looks like he has his finger up and then.
Go right ahead.
May I, Madam Mayor?
Yep.
Thank you. So part of our direction going forward, this is an educational piece in terms of where we are. Solid recommendations with respect to all of this. The capital improvement schedule, the necessary transaction process will include a couple different options to strike a balance with respect to the concerns having been raised. The consultants involved in the rate study analysis provided raw calculations and data necessary to take under consideration the marketplace and other details. So to the mayor's point and other thoughts to that effect having been raised with me individually, we will offer options. So in other words, Mr. Glover, as we prepare for the resolution authorizing process and then the rate structure process, we'll strike a balance and we'll come up with a couple different options for Mayor and City Commission's review and consideration. So Madam Mayor, ladies and gentlemen, we anticipate that taking shape in early spring or so, March to April timeframe, such that we can offer specific dates, timetables, and a couple different scenarios in which we take that into account, because based on previous experiences, I was also keen on the idea to a reasonable or responsible extent to do what we can relative to the fund balance. Take some of that and help to offset what the rates would be, or to take under consideration what the actual interest rate may be in terms of a revenue bond financing. So we'll offer a couple different scenarios to take under consideration. The thought process having been offered respectively. Of course, given your background, you're very capable in that regard. And this is an excellent exercise to listen to the perspective of the elected officials so that we can take that into consideration. So, Madam Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, that is where we are. And thus, we look forward to offering considerations for review and consideration to include respective options. Nevertheless, we do have to proceed with the capital improvements. That is an absolute no choice.
Absolutely. Mr. Glover, did you finish your presentation?
No, yeah, I mean, I pretty much finished. I mean, I like the city manager said, I think it's a dynamic process, and we'll be working through that to bring back recommendations.
Okay, because I want to open it up to my colleagues, including Mr. Boylston, if he has any questions. But let's start with the Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. To Mr. Parker's presentation, I'd like to say it is amazing to me also, sir, that the statement you made that we haven't had a rate increase in 10 years, that's quite almost fantastical. I don't know anything on this earth and in this country that hasn't had a rate change in 10 years. If you don't pay attention, you don't do anything, eventually you're going to have to pay the price. And so I think that's where we are. I do hope that those who signed a recent letter to this commission are listening. This issue is on any of them who signed that paper, that proper attention has not been paid, and that once again the responsibility is falling on this body to take proper action. Doing nothing is not an option. That's not capital N, capital O, capital T. I say this goes across the board. And to Mr. Glover, I appreciate your taking the time to try and explain to us that sometimes when you have money in reserves, it looks good and they take it as a plus, but when you don't have it and something happens, then you're really sorry that you don't. So I think cash reserves is something that very few of us understand. I'm not a financial person, and so I'm going to leave it up to the experts. And I'll be happy when you make your presentations, and I'll hopefully make the right choice. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Commissioner Casal?
No, I would just agree with Ms. Johnson in that there's not an option. We are moving forward with this, and the question is how. I think I appreciate the presentation, and I know, unfortunately, because the rates were not raised, we find ourselves in this predicament somewhat. But I agree with you, Mayor. Although our reserves for the residents' purpose are hefty, and we are in a good place with our reserves. So if we could use them to maximize and reduce the cost to the residents slightly, obviously we would be in favor and appreciative of that.
Commissioner Boylston?
I'm all set. Thank you, Mayor.
You're all set, thank you. Okay, anything else? Anyone else? Seeing no one, I just want to make one more suggestion, just because my colleague, Vice Mayor, the way that I see it is this. I know that we didn't have any increases over the last 5 years, but one of the things that is, does make me realize that maybe it wasn't proper is what we would have been doing is just taking that money and putting more of that into that fund balance, because you're not spending it. So we would have had a bigger pot to be able to utilize, but as you can see, we're almost not even utilizing that pot for this future build anyway, if you understand what I'm saying.
I would think that had proper attention been paid to our water utilities and water plant, treatment plant, that maybe the issues that we're having now might not have been.
Without a
And
doubt.
it was 10 years,
I
not 5.
think we should have had a water treatment plant in the process of a CIP project long ago. Thank
time
you very
ago.
much. Yes,
Thank
I can't disagree with you on that. All right, anything else? Seeing none, I'm going to go ahead and close out the meeting so that we can go ahead and switch over to our regular agenda, regular meeting. So meeting adjourned, and it's going to be a few minutes for the switch out.
Those early morning, late pay meetings.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the City of Delray Beach's regular City Commission meeting scheduled for Tuesday, January 11th, 2022 at 4 p.m. Please call the roll.
Here. Mr. Boylston,
Present.
Ms. Johnson,
Present.
Mayor Petrolia.
Here. Please stand for the pledge.
To the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, we are on agenda review. Any changes, deletions, substitutions? Yes, sir.
Madam Mayor, I actually have one, and that is to remove agenda item C. That is to approve an application to the Federal Emergency Management Agency Assistance to Firefighters Grant, one light and air support vehicle, and one rescue boat. So that is to be pulled from the agenda.
Okay.
No action is to be taken at this time.
Okay, so 7C is off the agenda. Anything else?
No, ma'am.
All right, anyone at the commission? Seeing none, entertain a motion.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Call the roll, please.
Excuse me, Madam Mayor, was that 6C,
7.
7C? All right. Okay. All right. Mr. Boylston,
Yes.
Ms. Johnson,
Yes.
Mayor Petrolia.
Yes.
Ms. Cassell.
Yes.
Okay, moving on to presentations, which we have none. We're moving on then to public comments and inquiries. We'll start with the city manager's response to any public comments and inquiries from the previous. There are any, or if you have any comments.
Yes, ma'am. I actually have several items listed on the agenda, followed by an additional update I'd like to provide for good measure and for the record. So if I may, please.
Yes, you're on.
Thank you, ma'am. So the Office of the City Manager is actually pleased to introduce the new Assistant City Manager, having joined our organization effective yesterday, Monday, January 10th, 2022, Mr. Jeffrey Orris. And what I'd like to do is talk a little bit about his background and experiences to date. And I discussed this actually in the December 17th, 2021 City Commission information letter with the conclusion of the selection process. So Mr. Jeffrey Orris brings to the city of Delray Beach over 24 years of local government experiences. Most recently, since 2017, he's been involved in municipal consultancy work with an organization based in Palm Beach County called Place Planning and Design. He was responsible for leading a variety of special project operations, economic development, redevelopment, zoning, grant administration, and other related functions. This includes working with the municipal governments of Naples, Florida, the Naples Community Redevelopment Agency, Westgate Community Redevelopment Agency, which is based here in Palm Beach County, Fort Myers, City of Fort Myers Community Redevelopment Agency, as well as the town of Melbourne Beach, Florida. Additionally, Mr. Orris is a native of Long Island, New York, having earned a Bachelor of Science in Labor Economics and Organizational Behavior from Cornell University, as well as a Master of Public Administration from the Maxwell School of Citizenship and Public Affairs at Syracuse University. Previous professional experiences include municipal governments of Margate, Florida, as well as Martin County, Florida, the county to the north of Palm Beach County, as most people are aware, where he served as the Director of Community Development for that particular entity. With that, I've asked him to be here as the newest member of the executive leadership team, Mr. Jeffrey L. Orris, ladies and gentlemen, if we can welcome him.
I just simply like to say I really appreciate the opportunity to serve the Delray Beach community. I look forward to becoming an integral part of the team and doing what I can and bringing all the experiences I've had to the benefit of the residents, the property owners, and the business owners here in town.
We welcome you and we wish you great success and look forward to working with you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
All right, very good. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeffrey. The next item is a follow-up epidemiology analysis update. So leadership in the Delray Beach Fire Rescue Department to be accompanied by Chris Bell, who is our emergency point person, and other individuals Dr. Gunta, of course, who is working with us in the Department of Human Resources, along with the Wellness Center that's operated by the City of Delray Beach. So this was a commitment having been made during the November 16th meeting, in which we offered some statistics. It was a bit of a different trajectory at the time, and of course, given the presence of the Omicron virus impacting the nation and other areas of the world, we feel that we've judged correctly back on November 16th to stay the course in terms of mask requirements and other protocols to help keep our organization and the municipal facilities safe. So the purpose of this evening's presentation, albeit brief, is simply a brief update in terms of where we are moving forward. But longer than short of it is that we will continue our protocols for the time being, not to mention what we are offering for the employees serving different departments here in the city of Delray Beach, the city of Delray Beach, Florida as well, as summarized in this past Friday's information letter report. With that, I'd like to go ahead and begin with Chief Keith Tommy, Delray Beach Fire Rescue, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you so much, Mr. Manager. Just when you thought it was over, they just suck us right back in with this another variant, right? So this one's been pretty incredible. It came on really, really fast, and it's affected a lot of people. And we're really hoping it goes away just as fast as it came. But just to kind of give you some stats with the fire department, and then I'm going to turn this over to Emergency Manager Chris Bell to kind of give you the projections and kind of see where the curve is going to be and how high we're going and where we're projecting it might turn a little bit. So prior to December 14th, 2021, actually since the inception of COVID, we've had 58 firefighters test positive for COVID. Since December 14th till today, just a short 3 weeks, we've added 35 more positive firefighters. So like I said, this came on really, really fast. People are getting it, and then it's very, very short, and then they kind of come back to normal and they come back to work. So it's not like the other variant where they were out for 10 days, 14 days. They're coming back a little bit quicker. So everything looks good right now. We have actually come to a point in the fire department where we're only having like 1 or 2 a week. This period just before Christmas was a period where we were having 10 a week, 12 a week, 15 a week. We were getting really crazy. But right now, things have slowed down a little bit. And I think with Chris and his analysis and what he's going to show you, you'll kind of see the picture of where everything kind of spiked. And we're kind of keeping our fingers crossed that this may be a turning point, maybe. But I'll let Chris do a better job of explaining that to you. And then Dr. Gunta is here to answer any questions you guys may have in reference to whatever Chris and I have said. Okay?
Thank you, Chief.
Thanks, sir.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, Commissioners, Mr. State Manager. I think we wished in November that projecting to come back in January, we'd be in a very different place and talk about getting rid of these and masks and everything else. Hopefully that's still on the horizon, not too far away. If we can go to the next slide. Thank you. As you know, we have a tremendous number of new cases, far exceeding the number of cases we had during Delta. They had to readjust the scale on all the maps. If you remember the Delta curve, which you see there in between July and October, it used to be at the top of the chart. We've more than doubled, almost tripled the number of daily cases and average weekly cases since then. The only encouraging thing I'd point to, you can see a little wiggle at the top of that line, and we'll talk about a little bit more of the projections later on. Right now, we are at the highest levels of COVID since the pandemic began. Luckily, I think happily, this variant of COVID thus far has not proved to be as virulent. It has not caused as much severe illness and death. Remember, those are trailing indicators. Those happen weeks and months later, but we don't see that happening. In this case, the early indications are that that isn't happening as much, and that mimics the experience that other countries have had that have gone through Omicron before us. Next slide, please. You look back in December, and we had a long conversation about how our positivity rate was finally below 5%, and our positivity rate in the most recent 7-day period was 31% in the state and 33.2%, I think, in the county. And so right now, we are in, the most transmissible, the most COVID out in the community, the greatest amount of community transmission that we've had thus far in the pandemic. Oh. Next slide. Good news, and one of the things that also is likely helping us prevent the high rates of hospitalization, ICU admission, and deaths is the fairly higher rates of vaccination than we had earlier in the pandemic. You see, of course, it's essentially stratified by age range, with those 65 and older having 91% in the state having at least one dose of vaccine. I was pretty happy most recent time we pulled this up to see that even the 12 to 19-year-olds are almost 60% have had at least one dose of the vaccine, and the under 12, the 5 to 11 is the youngest age able to get, and they have started to receive the vaccination as well. Next slide. This is actually the final slide, and this is just another one from the University of Washington's Institute of Health Metrics and Evaluation. This is their projection that came out on Saturday morning. This is one of the projections and one of the computer modeling sites that we've been using kind of throughout the pandemic. Their projections that came out actually indicates they believe we're probably past or right just going through the peak of the Omicron here. This is Florida specific data. As you know, throughout the pandemic, we probably have as many infections that are undiagnosed because people get a mild case, they don't get tested for whatever reason, and so they never know they have it, but we know that there is asymptomatic cases out there. From personal experience, I made it all the way through last week without having COVID throughout the pandemic. So we do we're in a research study at the University of Miami. We do a weekly nose swab, and they called me and said, yeah, the swab you sent in last Tuesday was positive. And I was asymptomatic, had no problems. And by the time they told me, I was beyond any infectious period and had no symptoms as well. So we think a lot of people there are in that same situation. Interestingly, if we backed out to the presentation I gave back in November, this was the right timing for the bump that the University of Washington predicted for that post-holiday exposure and transmission that we kind of expected. Nobody expected it to be as communicable a variant as Omicron has proved to be. The good news, again, the only good news I'll leave you with is that potentially we are coming towards a peak. The experience from South Africa, Denmark, and a couple other European countries that had Omicron before us and got it before us is that it came on very rapidly as it has here, and it left nearly as rapidly. And so the cases have passed nearly as quickly. So I think it's not unreasonable to believe that within the next 4 weeks, we're going to see a vast difference and be having the same conversations that we were again about decreasing the kind of our level of protection that we're encouraging here in the city. Happy to answer any questions or pass along to Dr. Gunta if she can correct me for anything.
I just want to ask a question, and I know it's probably a question that can't be answered, but what, if this does go out quickly, and hopefully it will, and I'm so pleased to hear that it's not, as dangerous as the previous have been to the population. Do you foresee this continuing, another viral, strain coming in and us going through this again and again and again, or do you think that it's starting to wane down and that we're going to see a light? We see a light at the end of the tunnel.
It's a little bit of crystal ball involved then in that discussion, but I'll tell you what some of the discussions happening are around that are. We're trying to, right now it's too early to know with Omicron, because no other strain or variant has become predominant in one of the other countries that has already gone through the Omicron infection. So it's harder so far to predict how much protection this is going to provide and how long it will last. There is a lot of discussion that even if it becomes a very low-level transmission, if we continue to have variants and hundreds of thousands of people at any given time with the disease in the country, that's enough for it to continue to spread and continue to mutate and continue to have new variants, not unlike influenza and other diseases that have some sort of kind of viral drift that occurs.
Gotcha.
So too early to tell. We don't know what that will hold, unfortunately.
Very good. Any other questions? Yep.
Thank you. I did just read about the other variant that may be coming. Could you just let the residents, we have quite a few of them, and I'm thrilled about that here, know about the vaccination schedule? And also, could you answer, are you also vaccinating the younger children?
So we're not, we provide vaccinations at Station 111 at 501 West Atlantic every Tuesday morning from 9 a.m. to noon. You can come in your car, stay in your vehicle, and get vaccinated on the way through, first shots or boosters. We have all three of the vaccines right now. We have the Johnson & Johnson, the Moderna, and the Pfizer. We plan to continue that until there's clearly no longer a need.
No appointment necessary.
No appointment necessary. Thank you. If you have a previous vaccine, they'll bring your card with you so we can fill in the booster information. We aren't doing the 5 to 11-year-olds because it's a different dose, a different site for the injection, and different equipment. And as well, we kind of thought it wasn't going to be as convenient 5 to 11 on Tuesday mornings from 9 to noon. They might be somewhere else. And the parent has to bring them and everything else. So we're doing 12 and up with the parent or guardian can bring them in.
Thank you.
So Dr. Gupta.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Mr. Manager.
Good afternoon.
So I am, I'm pleased to be back home. And I'm pleased
welcome
to
back.
see all the familiar faces. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Dr. Gunta. I am one of the physicians at the Wellness Center. So I agree with what Chris has displayed about this COVID-19. I mean, that's the forefront of everybody's conversation right now. And the clinic has been getting a lot of phone calls about how to manage exposures and infections. And although this seems to be, we seem to be trending down on infected cases, we still need to, I believe, make sure that we are practicing good our social distancing and our PPE wherever we have gatherings, and use our common sense, as well as if you haven't already gotten vaccinated, definitely that's something to think about, and to also get the booster. For those of you who have questions about the vaccines and boosters, and if you have any concerns about receiving these vaccines or boosters, I'm available at the clinic to answer any questions.
Very good, thank you. Let me reach out to Commissioner Boylston, who is in by phone. If there's anything you'd like to say, Commissioner Boylston, now would be a good time to ask.
I'm all set. Thank you, Mayor.
All right, very good. Anyone else? Thank you guys so much. So appreciate the presentation, Chief and Doctor, and also Chris. We appreciate it. Thank you for bringing us up to date. Yes, sir.
Madam Mayor, ladies and gentlemen, I have actually one additional update I'd like to provide, and it does come in the form of a brief PowerPoint presentation. It is the result of both the Office of the City Manager and that of Director of Utilities Hassan Hajimiri, having recently experienced questions regarding the utility cross-connection policies being implemented and administered here in the city of Delray Beach, Florida. So in an effort to publicly clarify the facts in that regard in terms of where we are, I've been able to assemble several questions in advance to facilitate this presentation. And by the way, we actually began working hard on this over the weekend. Had a chance to meet your wife and everything, Hassan, yes?
Thank you, yes.
So we visited here at City Hall, and again, this is a fairly important commentary, but we'll be fairly succinct about it. Nevertheless, I hope that clarifies a number of misgivings that have been perpetuated in terms of where we are. So again, utility cross-connection policy, matter clarification and direction.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Moore. Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of Commission, Hassan Hajimiri, Utilities Director. On December 7, 2021, City Commission adopted Minimum Construction Standard and Specification 2021 via Resolution number 156-21. The previous construction standard was actually adopted more than 8 years ago in 2014. The newly adopted resolution also authorized City Manager to adopt any future revisions if it's required. As part of this new standard, the construction detail for 1-inch water service connection where the reclaimed water is available, it calls for the requirement of the RPZ backflow preventer. RPZ is a reduced pressure zone, which I'm going to go through it in the next slide for the more explanation. And this is only for the new connections. It's for the new single-family homes that they come to get a permit for the new water service, new plumbing to the house. Oh, thank you. There are many types of backflow preventers, which I'm going to go through, but backflow preventer device is actually a device that prevent the flow of water from flowing backward. So actually, the water always has to flow from the city's water pipe into the house, not backward. So by putting these devices, we actually eliminating any possibility of, let's say, contaminated water enter into the public water supply system. Typically, the utilities or municipalities, they use 3 types of backflow preventer in their water distribution system. Reduced pressure zone or reduced pressure principle, sometimes it calls RPZ. Double check valve or DC, which is used for the water service for the fire protection. And dual check valve, which I'm going to go through an explanation for that. Next slide, please. Yes. Dual check valve is a mechanical backflow preventer that consists only from 2 springs inside that mechanism and is effective against back pressure and back siphonage. It's used in typically a non-health hazard environment and typically is at the water service connections. It must be replaced every 5 years. It must be replaced every 5 years. Actually, it calls for the replace
Phone
at
is
the.
ringing. Could you please put it on silence? Thank you.
Yes.
Right ahead.
Yes, thank you. It must be replaced at the manufacturer recommended interval, which is typically they call for the 5 years. And city has to pay for that. And because city is the one who installed those dual checks. Next is the reduced pressure zone, or RPZ, is a type of backflow preventer device that has a built-in relief valve, which will open and discharges the backflowing water through a valve. So if there is a case that the water is flowing backward, there is no possibility getting into the public water system, it gets out of the valve, and it requires only one-time installation. So once you install it, you don't need to replace it. Typically, it has a lifespan of 30 to 50 years. It requires annual testing. So by doing that, then every year, when the test is done, you want to make sure that there is no backflow from the that property into the public water system. And this is installed after the meter, between the meter and let's say home on a private property. And the customer has to install it as part of their plumbing system. So as a summary, next slide, please. Dual check valve is paid by the city as part of its reclaimed water expansion project in all communities, including replacement. City has an active reclaimed water system, and we must utilize twice more than the reclaimed water that we have currently. We have upcoming projects that are coming right now. We've got 2 active projects. All those city is installing the backflow preventer, the dual check backflow preventer devices for those communities, because those dual check valve, in a perfect world, is going to go inside the valve box. Inside the meter box. Where the water meter is to the house, those dual check valves should go right inside there. So it is property of the city, and city will replace it in the reclaimed water area once every 5 years.
Could I interrupt and ask you a question? May I? Would it be okay at this time? Because dual check valves, we pay for, they're on our property. We maintain.
City does.
That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
We, the city of Delray Beach, install, maintain, pay for. Then we're going to have some residents who have this on their property, which means we rely on them to install. And then are we relying on them to maintain? How do we know if they've had it tested annually, even though they don't have to replace it?
The dual check valve does not require annual testing.
Oh, the RPZ
The
does.
RPZ, yes, ma'am,
Correct.
because we have a registry. We have, as a matter of fact, all the RPZs, they have a serial number that we keep track of them in our database, in a WebHost system. They all required by the Florida Administrative Code to be tested every year. So that's why the testing comes. And the testing typically costs between $75 to $100 for those
So we have a registered tester.
Yes, ma'am.
They have to contact, goes out to their home, does the test and then reports the results to us?
Actually, the way it works, Commissioner Cassell, is when the backflow preventer tester or specialist goes to the site, when they test it, they input the data into the WebPro system. And that automatically comes. And that's how, because there are many, many numbers of these, we are implementing that citywide, even for the areas that they don't have reclaimed water and they have to have these RPZs. We're talking about nearly 5,000 of these devices. It's literally impossible to do it by hand. So it's done right now, it's all done through the backflow monitoring system that we have.
Okay, but I guess is the RPZ tester a city employee?
No, ma'am.
Okay, so it's a
they can
consulting
select
company?
anyone that they can do.
Plumber.
Plumber, basically they do it. No.
So we keep track of the database, and then if someone is not testing,
We issue actually, yes, thank you. We issue a letter to them, reminder that your test is due in 30 days or 60 days. 60 days. We issue another letter. Typically, we keep reminding them, and unfortunately, for those who they don't comply, we have to send a final notice with the registered mail, and then take further action if they don't comply with that. Because it is a law that they have to do it. If they don't do it, city will be responsible.
right?
It's city's responsibility. That's the
So
experience
I
we have gone
guess
through.
my question, I guess I'm trying to get information and get to my question. The dual check valve, we're responsible, we take care of it, we maintain it. And they're not responsible, we're sending them certified letters. That concerns me a little bit. I mean, we have trouble in the city sometimes with compliance. I think we'll all agree with that here. So now, I'm sorry, that wasn't meant to be funny, but thank you anyway. But here we are putting something critically important in the hands of the residents, asking them to do it, and then we'll be sending them a letter if they don't. What is the potential outfall? What is the potential downfall? What are the potential problems we can encounter, if I may, with the reduced pressure zone if somebody doesn't do it?
Well, unfortunately, it's non-compliance. It is a non-compliance, and worst scenario, we have to advise them that we cannot guarantee the water service to that premises if they don't bring it into compliance.
Okay.
I mean, that is a practice that has been done in many, many other utilities. It's not only here. Again, that backflow testing and all that, we are doing it system-wide. So that also goes to the commercial, that it has not been implemented in the city, but it has to. We have to move fast. We have to bring all those RPZs that are in service right now into compliance. And that's a big task.
Thank you.
Mayor, I'd like to join with Commissioner Cassell. This has been a concern of mine, and perhaps in some future discussion, the city's a little bit better able to monitor this entire system, and I think we're getting there, thanks to you, Mr. Hassan, Mr. Hajimari. Anytime that someone has an improvement that's performed by the city, this device is put on their water. They're not using the reclaimed water yet because it's not available to them, but they're bearing the brunt of this annual, yes, sir, I know my neighbor across the street who just recently passed has one of those because she...
Is it a multifamily house?
No, it's not a single-family home. And she got one of the improvement programs from the city. She had this device put on her system and was not properly, of course, appraised as to what she was getting. I'm sure had she, and she told me this, had she known it was going to be put on her system, she wouldn't have taken the project for the home improvement. It was a...
Can you do me a favor, because it's very specific? Can you get
I
her
will.
the address and let them
She's
figure
since
this
passed,
out?
but it's still there.
But the house still has it.
And the house still has it, and there's an annual plumbing requirement.
so get
There's a lot of that I think needs to be clarified, and for us to have done that, I think is something that probably wasn't very well discussed. If there's no reclaimed water, why are they having to bear the brunt of that? So we'll talk about it.
I'd be more than happy to do that, Ms. Johnson. What I have experienced, I was called for the few other homes that why we have backflow preventer when there is no reclaimed water. When I went there, actually, I discovered that when they did their plumber, when they did their irrigation system in their house, they the one who actually did it. It wasn't city requiring them to do it. Even though we had to go register them, then I actually overruled that. I said that is not part of the public water.
But you will agree that it is the city that is administering these programs that are allowing these contractors to go out and install items on homes and irrigation systems that do not qualify for the reclaimed water. And it's just something that I'm not blaming you for. It's something that the city, I don't think, has been probably as on top of it as we should have been. And it's an off.
Bring it to my attention. I will look at it first thing tomorrow morning.
Yes, thank you.
Do you want to continue?
Yes, ma'am. I just had the summary slide. Dual check valve summary is paid by the city as part of its reclaimed water program for all communities. Reduced RPZs are required for the new construction single-family home where the reclaimed water is available and is paid by the customer. Also, changes to the standard can be done administratively by a city manager. So that is, if there is any changes or whatever, that is a consensus of the board, we will definitely be more happy to entertain.
Commissioner Boylston, if you're with us, did you have any questions or comments?
No, I am all set, but I do share some of the concerns that were shared by Commissioner Cassell.
Okay. I have, one of the biggest concerns that I have is the manual language, the policy language that was passed back in December of 2021. And I'm going to read it. It says, and I'm quoting, all non-residential services and residential services with separate metered reclaimed water service shall have an approved reduced pressure principal block flow of prevention assembly, which is the RPZ. Now, that doesn't say anything about new.
Correct.
It doesn't say anything about the flow of water being a 1-inch pipe.
Right.
It doesn't say anything about anything other than everybody who has a separate meter. And as I'm understanding it, reclaimed water requires a separate meter.
Yes,
so
ma'am.
that would mean that every single property, single-family property, and maybe this is not the way that we're administering it, but this is what I read, and what that bothers me with is that this commission passed this in December, and secondly, in the future, when you're not around and I'm not around to remind people that that's not how we were doing it, that could change everybody. These RPZs, just so everybody understands, these units are $2,000 roughly to add, yes?
Madam Mayor, thank you. As a matter of fact, this.
But I mean, they are, I'm asking the question,
Yes.
are they?
It depends on the size.
Okay,
For
so
the
they're
1 inch,
expensive,
It's
and
more
then they're,
expensive than a dual check, yes.
that's correct, and then they're also on the backs of the residents.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so that's a concern, that needs to be cleaned up. If that's not how we're doing it, we need to spell it back out. And the second thing that I have a problem with is requiring all new construction, which I didn't read in there, to have to do the RPZ. If they do not have the 1-inch line coming in, why are they required but yet not everybody else in the city? Why is it okay for one and not another? Can you explain that?
Is both of them, they are effective. Again, for the dual check, since city is implementing the reclaimed water and actually promoting the reclaimed water, and we didn't want to go to the private property and, because these are expensive also, as you are, they are twice the cost. initially when you want to install them compared to the dual check. So that's why we said starting with the new construction. So gradually, maybe in the future, there will be more RPZs in the system. But again, both of them, Madam Mayor, dual check is acceptable device, backflow preventer device per Florida Administrative Code. It is not, it just one requires replacement every 5 years. So city has to pay for that every 5 years for whatever number that we have, or we are hoping to maybe extend that. But this is the one that one city has to pay and one property owner has to pay.
And let me just say this just from the standpoint of a resident. Number one, the apparatus of the RPZ is unsightly. It needs to be within, I think, 4 feet of the meter.
Yes.
And it is something that protrudes out into a lawn and is much more susceptible to breakage, damage from, somebody running into it, a mower, a car running over it, depending on where it is. So when you're talking about what's the best for the citizens, in my mind, it's the dual check. It doesn't cost the citizens. It is underground, so it can't be hurt. And so even though we have to replace them every 5 years, how many times is a RPZ apparatus getting hit or, bumped or whatever, where the homeowner has to do something with it and, fix it because it's their responsibility, and also the cost annually of roughly $100 to have it tested every single year. So from my perspective, and this is just how and I don't know, maybe my constituency doesn't care, but I kind of have a good sense that they do, and they would rather have because I personally would rather have the dual check and, it being underground and protected. So I'm not real certain I understand why we're passing this on to the new builds. And I think that that's something that, because we don't have an entire commission here, it's something that we probably should discuss.
Right.
And, determine whether or not that's something that, because we all passed it. We were not aware that we passed it. I found out about it over the weekend. We were not aware that change had been made in the passage of that manual. So I think that it's very important that my colleagues all are aware, so that they understand that this could be something that comes down the road, and every single one of us might have to have that installed, because there is the word shall attached to it. So anyway, anything else?
Yeah, so I would agree with the mayor in an instance where we're going to be imposing a cost on the residents would be something we'd like to discuss. What's the cost of the dual check?
The dual check itself for the 1-inch dual check is about $50.
Right,
And
so
that
even if
was
you
right
gave the
inside.
resident the option and you said, here's your option, you can privately install
Yes.
this is what it's look like, or you can give us $50 and the dual check will be ours. That's potentially something that could happen. You're saving them, $1,950. I think we have to figure this out amongst ourselves, and you indicated that we can. But I just want to say one thing more. Thank you for working on the weekend to give us this presentation, and I apologize. And it was because misrepresentations were being made on Facebook to residents, and we're all feeling a heightened level of concern when the word water is on Facebook. And so I thank you for your time in putting this together. And I do think at some point we all need to talk about, it's unfortunate that you had to work all weekend to do a presentation to discuss it so that we could appease a few people who maybe read a post. So maybe we have to have a way to manage social media. I don't know, and that's a whole other discussion. Do we want to be responding on social media, confirming that things are fine?
Mr. Moore?
So just to conclude, ladies and gentlemen, I will be offering an update to y'all on the subject follow-up. Given the input, the concerns haven't been expressed. The principal purpose tonight is to offer clarity, to your point, Commissioner Cosell and everyone else, and I think that was accomplished fairly well. However, there's some additional work that needs to be done, given what my capacity is as city manager with respect to the matter. So I anticipate an update relative to direction to this effect via the January 28th City Commission information letter in terms of where we are and where we will go, so as to make some adjustments accordingly and to be proactive about it. So give us that opportunity, please. And I think myself, along with Mr. Hajimiri, along with City Attorney Lynn Jellin, we're working collaboratively to get us in a solid place so that we can offer the appropriate revisions and be in a good place. So I'm really looking forward to that next step. And therefore, I like to think we'll be in good shape as a result.
Well, I'm really looking forward to that January notice and so that we
28th.
can, the 28th, so that we don't even have to have this conversation in
And
the
that's where
future.
I'm going, Madam Mayor, just
Thank
to
you.
cut to the quick. So all is well in hand, and that's why I thought it was productive for us to have this dialogue this evening
Yeah.
so that we can proceed accordingly. So I look forward to it. So again, we will convene accordingly and be on the lookout for the January 28th, 2022 City Commission information letter on this particular topic.
Thank you, Mr. Hajimiri, and we
Thank you
so
so
appreciate
much.
your time and putting it
Thank
in
you.
your efforts this weekend.
Quite welcome. Thank you.
All right, so moving on, we have a update on construction projects. We are going to be, right after this, whoever wants to speak, we're going to be allowing you to speak. So this is the last item until the public is able to speak, if that's what you're here for. Or unless you're just here to watch us, which is really glorifying. I've been up here too long to know that that's not the case, but anyway. Go right ahead.
Thank you. Good evening, Madam Mayor and Commissioners. Cynthia Buson, I'm the Assistant Director of Public Works. I'm covering for Missy while she's out.
Okay, and speak up just a little bit.
Okay, and so today we'll be talking about the ongoing private development projects that are impacting the community.
Here you go.
Okay. And so first up is Atlantic Crossings. Right now, we have full road closure along Northeast First, in addition to single lane closures along Federal Highway. That will be through the end of this week. There's the Peachtree Hotel Group. They're working on the underground parking garage, and that has Federal Highway and Northeast 2nd Street has sidewalks closed.
May I make a comment while you're talking about that particular one? If you're trying to enter on Federal Highway, South Federal Highway, from Northeast 2nd Street, you will no longer be able to make a right-hand turn on the traffic signal because you can't see around on your left-hand side. The construction is all the way out, so if you're going to make that right-hand turn, you cannot see the traffic that's heading south.
Okay, is this Peachtree or is this?
This is Peachtree.
Peachtree, okay.
They're on Northeast 2nd Street.
Isn't that a light, though?
There's a light. I'm just saying you can't, I'm just warning everybody.
Okay.
Don't try to make a right-hand turn
Gotcha.
on the
Without the
red, on
light.
the red traffic signal, because you cannot see around.
Right. Thank you for that.
Yes,
Thank you.
thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Johnson. And if it's any benefit, I'll take a look at the MOT and confirm that they're doing everything in accordance and that there's nothing that they can tighten up to improve that
I
condition.
doubt it. They're all out in the Federal Highway, so.
Okay.
Speaks the truth.
Other ongoing projects include the Delray Park Plaza at 1325 North Federal Highway. That's just a little bit ways north of George Bush Boulevard, and it involves some access way improvements, and so there will be some temporary lane closures as needed for mill and resurface to improve that driveway. And then a summary of the ongoing construction projects within our city. We have 33 sites of commercial projects ongoing, 109 single-family projects ongoing, and other active single-family permits, including things like renovations, driveways, fences, and pools. There are 768 active permits.
We're a busy city.
Yes. Oh. Well, I closed that, just, thank you. I got saved back there, thank you. So, and these are the ways that we put information out to the community. This presentation that I just gave, in addition to on our city website, we have variable message boards, so if there are any questions, I'm happy to answer.
I just like to thank you because it's, I don't know about the other mayor and commissioners, but having this information, no one can say I didn't know, we can do our roundabouts and go different directions, but at least you know. And this was something that I didn't know before, so I'm very appreciative of it. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much.
Okay, so now at this point in time, we are finished, correct, Mr. Moore, with all comments? comments?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you very
All
much.
right, we're going to move to the public comments. So if you would like to come to the podium, you'll have 3 minutes, but you need to state your name and your address before you start speaking. If you are here representing a group of 6 or more and you want more time, we'll give that to you. We'll give you up to 6 minutes, but there has to be 6 people that are here that are willing not to speak in order to be able to do that.
And Mayor, if anybody wants to speak about Sherwood, that is going to be later on in the agenda.
Okay, so Sherwood is it a quasi judicial or, okay,
It's a
so
public
that particular, if there's anybody here to speak about Sherwood golf course conversion, that's going to come up a little bit later, and it would be appropriate to speak then and not now. Yes, sir.
Montre Bennett, 323 Northwest 2nd Avenue, Delray Beach, Florida. I'm president of Delray Beach Heights on Southwest 10th Street. My residents are complaining about speeding over there. It is one speed table right behind Village of Delray, but it's only one. But the streets where the people fly through, like it's Moroso, is Southwest 8th Street and Southwest 10th Avenue. As far as the water, we pay taxes, so we are paying for it anyway. Let it all ride and do what you do for the people and quit trying to give us another expense. I'm complete.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, and City Manager. Over the years...
Your name first, ma'am, and
Yes.
your address. Sorry.
My name is Margaret Bloom. My address is 953 Greenbrier Drive, Boynton Beach. Over the years, I have learned a valuable lesson about communication. When you communicate with someone, there are 4 responses: yes, no, maybe, and ignore. By far the most powerful, as I'm sure you can guess, is ignore. In silence, anger and disappointment grow. I can't help but think of the Simon and Garfunkel song, Sounds of Silence, silence like a cancer grows. Let me back up. As you know, and you all know me, I am the donor for the renovation of the Crest Theater building, a private donor, as well as the Museum of Art, the Cornell Museum. As you know, work stopped at the Crest Theater, which was in the process of being renovated, in August 21. That was shut down by the city of Delray Beach. The renovations were approximately 80% complete. Since that date, the building has been out of commission, and pun is intended. You made it uninhabitable and stopped that job from proceeding and in fact concluding and in fact from being of service to this community. It was not long ago that the Crest Theater building was a vibrant center for the arts. The door swung open for students, theater goers, and staff members. To use a theatrical term, the building has been dark now for 4 months. I wrote a letter to each of you on November 4th, as well as a letter before that. But this particular letter was ignored. No one answered me. That is why you are forcing me to come to you today. That is why I am here. And I do not anger easily, but I have to say, what is that?
That's your time is up, ma'am.
Oh. Would anybody offer me their 2 minutes?
I'll sign up. And
Thank you. No, you don't have, you have to have a group of 6.
Well,
Thank
let me just say I have 2 seconds. You've ignored me, and in fact, you've ignored the entire community. This is what I want. I want to know what plan you're putting in place. I want to know, when do you think you're going to finish the renovations? When? How will they be funded? And when can that building be reopened? And what's going to happen to that beautiful museum and this wonderful place for the arts in Delray Beach?
Thank you. Can I just take one moment to ask just one question of the city attorney? Why did we close down the build?
Amongst other issues, there was a performance bond issue, and they weren't able to come into compliance with the city-mandated performance bond.
And do we allow for building to proceed in the city of Delray Beach on public land without a performance bond?
No, ma'am.
Okay.
Fair.
And
just for
purpose,
I'm
sorry,
sorry,
go
for
ahead.
clarity of the record, I did instruct you not to respond.
Attorney
Yes, and I
General,
was
would
going
you
to
please-
mention that as well. There is a
Mm.
reason that we did not respond. Can you please explain why?
And would you please speak into the microphone? We're not.
Apologize. The litigation had commenced, and I didn't think it was appropriate because Old School Square had individually named 3 of our 5 commissioners.
Correct.
So I did instruct you not to respond to that letter. I will state that our outside counsel did reach out to Ms. Bloom earlier today in response to that letter, and Ms. Bloom indicated that she would not speak to her.
Okay. Well, thank you very much. I just want to make sure it's clear to the audience that it's not something that we're doing intentionally, and we're very responsive normally. And there is a reason that that building had to have the work stopped. It's because basically you cannot have a continuation of a construction going on in a city-owned building without having a bond there for protection. Okay? Moving on. Next, please. Hi, Laura.
Hi, good evening. Laura Simon with the Downtown Development Authority in Delray Beach. Hello, everybody. Happy New Year. I don't think this is my first time up here since the new year, so happy 2022. I just wanted to tag on to the road closure message and a lot of the construction conversation, the presentation that was done earlier. This weekend, the 15th and 16th, Atlantic Avenue will be closed for a special event. So from Federal Highway 6th Avenue to Andrews over the bridge, I just want to make sure that the public's aware. We do send out notices. I know the city does as well, but there is a art show in Delray Beach, so just making sure that it'll close at 3 a.m. Saturday morning and reopen at 11 p.m. around that time. So maybe we can add those to the presentation too. Maybe on
Would be a good idea.
But because those are coming back this season. Also, I know you all will be meeting on the 25th. Our board meeting was yesterday, the DDA board meeting, and a couple things came up, so I wanted just to bring them up to you all for consideration. Freebie will be discussed on January 25th at a joint workshop with the CRA. That is a vital entity in our community, in our downtown, for mobility, relief of traffic congestion, and it is really, really important as it diversifies us amongst communities in our county and in our to and it is vital for our residents, our visitors, our employees to get around. So really just to implore anyone who has interest in that to be part of that workshop, and also to communicate to you that it is a vital entity. And then also thank you to Public Works, because the Federspiel parking garage did come up as a hot topic at our board meeting yesterday, and it's being broken for almost 10 years. And that it is still in, the elevator is being worked on now, from what I understand from Cynthia, which I got an email today. However, it's still broken, and we need to really do everything possible, because it is a vital parking. It has over 100 parking spaces in our downtown. It's very active. We have people parking all around it and not in it, and that's a problem. And it is right in the heart of our community, and it should be, up to the caliber of our community, and it's not a good representation of public parking. So anything that we can do as an organization to help that, our board's wide open. So please just look at anything, the lighting, everything possible. So thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Hello. Hi, my name is Jason Tomaszewski, and I work at Old School Square, 51 North Swinton Avenue. Thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, and our great community for allowing me to speak on behalf of Old School Square today. The objective of my public address is to disclose to you and our community the great things that we at Old School Square have done despite the copious challenges we have encountered along the way, and to combat a narrative of information that has proven and is proving to be false. Since the termination of our lease, the petition that we have put forth actually has 10,791 signatures. We have also been able to fundraise without CRA support 4 concerts free to the public. All concerts, for the exception of one because of weather, have gathered audiences with 1,000 and more people. We have successfully opened and we have curated a full art exhibition, Heart of the Square, currently on exhibit in the Cornell Art Museum. We have participated in all the artworks, and we continue to showcase art from local artists and artists from around the world. Again, independently fundraised without CRA support. As a result of this termination, our support has been left in dire straits, and the responsibility of producing these events and the day-to-day operations have fallen on the backs of a few dedicated employees and volunteers whom actually I would like to recognize now, as LaToya, Melanie, Autumn, Linda, Olivia, Alexia, and Luis. From the bottom of my heart, thank you. In addition, I would also like to thank Parks and Recreation Services for the willingness to have us to help out with the city-sponsored events and to have a symbiotic relationship. I would like to address the information to combat a false narrative. Old School Square actually is in material compliance with the lease and has materially provided all financial documentation and auditing information that was requested. There are currently no missing financial records, and the audit for 2020 has been submitted. We have been requesting meetings with the CRA and the auditors to follow up on submitted forms, and we have not received a return message. Since the decision was made to terminate our lease, we have repeatedly requested a meeting with the city commissioners to iron out any issues, but those requests have gone unanswered every time. Last week, we have sent a letter offering a framework for a workable resolution so the city's parks department doesn't have to run the entire Old School Square campus using city funds, instead of having us raise the funds as we've been doing for the past 32 years, instead of the hardworking residents. All we request from you, the community, is to support us in this endeavor of encouraging a dialogue between us and the commission so that we can continue with our mission to support and provide this beautiful city with high-quality art and entertainment in the community's prestigious and historical buildings. Thank you, Commission, and thank you, our community, for your time.
Thank you. Anyone else? You can just kind of line up, get ready. Great, queue up, thank you.
Good evening, Commissioners. Good evening, Mayor. My name is Peter Raycroft, 213 Sherwood Forest Drive, Delray Beach, Florida. I was very touched by the people here supporting the arts, and I would like to give my 3 minutes to Mr. Tomaszewski or the woman that spoke before him.
You can't do that, sir. You have to have a group to do that. You can't.
Sorry, say again, please?
You can't give away your minutes. You can only give more minutes to the person if there's at least 6 people that are not willing to speak.
Okay, so I can't allow them to speak on my behalf.
No, I'm sorry.
But I am a great supporter of the arts, and I hope we can work this out.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Anyone else? Seeing no one, public comment is closed. We are moving on to the consent agenda. Entertain a motion. And I don't think there was anything changed on the consent.
I'd like to just.
Oh, I'm sorry. Did you want to change something?
I would like
go right
to,
ahead.
was it 6, hold on a second for me, please. 6.G.1, not a serious discussion, but just.
6G.1, did you want to?
Just talk about it later.
Sorry?
Talk about it later.
Okay, so that'll be 7AA.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Anything else? Seeing none, entertain a motion as
Motion
amended.
to approve as amended.
Second.
Call the roll, please.
Mr. Boylston?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mayor Petrolia?
Yes.
Ms. Cassell?
Yes.
Okay, moving on to regular agenda, we'll start with that 7AA, Martin Luther King Jr. Day proclamation.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. I don't know how many, I don't know how many people in the audience are over the age of, I'd say, 60, 65, maybe 70s. If so, then perhaps you'll remember when it was the great debate in this country as to whether or not Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. was to have any kind of honor, memorialization, especially after his death. There was a great hue and cry to have a birthday set aside, as great leaders of this country have had. There was such animosity towards the great leader that not only did so much for this country, but also liberated the entire country from the onus of discriminating against a particular group of people. And I just wanted to say that not only do we not have big debates, we don't have marches, we don't have sit-ins in order to try and promote a day of memorial, and as we have turned it into not a day of shopping, as we do the President's Day, not a day of over gluttonously eating, as we do on our Thanksgiving Day, and over gifting on Christmas Day that leads to credit card debt, etc. And sometimes, and I'm guilty of this, just doing it over the top. So this has become a day of service, and unfortunately with COVID, there's not too much serving that we can do except maybe in our own home, wherein we might offer our mate a glass of tea rather than having him or her get up and get it. I'll get it for you. So if you can do anything for the public without exposing yourself to COVID, I encourage you to do so. But I just wanted to say, over 50 plus years now, and I don't even remember how long it was or when it was officially made a holiday on, I think it's the third Monday, we have come a long way. And if you have been paying attention, it appears that we are now almost, if not past, the point we were before, because Dr. King, more than anything, wanted us to participate in our democracy. And the way that most of us can do that is through service and by voting. So I won't go on and on about it, but just to mark this as a time that we're not fighting over memorializing and commemorating his service and his life. We just put it on a consent agenda and say thank you.
All right. Do we need to do anything as far as passage? No. Mm-mm. All right, very good. Well said. Pardon me? I don't think so. That's what I said. She said no.
I mean, you can make a motion. It's a proclamation.
I'll make a motion that we pass 6.G.1 in order to commemorate Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Day.
And I'll second, and those were lovely words.
Thank you very much.
Call the roll, please.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mayor Petrolia?
Yes.
Ms. Cassell?
Yes.
Mr. Ballston?
Yes.
All right, moving on to 7A, resolution number 10-22. And this is a quasi-judicial hearing, so I'm going to go ahead and read, if it's appropriate now, to the rules into the record. Yes?
Yes.
All right. This hearing shall be conducted in accordance with quasi-judicial rules. The applicant and the city shall be permitted to present their case. The public shall be allowed to speak for 3 minutes each, or a maximum of 6 minutes if the person representing an organization or a group of people who are present but agree not to speak. The city commission, staff, and the applicant may be allowed to cross-examine a witness. The city or the applicant will be allowed to offer rebuttal testimony. The decision to approve or deny an application or appeal may not be legally made upon on the personal views as to whether a project is a good project or not, nor may a decision be based on the number of citizens who support or oppose a particular project. The law requires that all decisions must be made on the basis of whether the project meets the requirements of law and the comprehensive plan and the land development regulations. At this point, we're going to do a swearing in of witnesses. So anybody who is going to be speaking on this issue, please stand and you'll take an oath swearing. So, and that includes our audience, anybody who's, right?
Anybody who wants to speak on the matter?
This is this issue, which is Resolution 10-21, or 22, sorry.
By the authority vested in me as the notary of the state of Florida, do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Okay, and so this is the property, I'm sorry, I should have mentioned this before, at 1314 North Federal Highway.
Mayor?
I'm sorry?
Mayor? Just a reminder, the commission amended the quasi-judicial rules at our last meeting, so both the applicant and the city will each have 20 minutes to present.
Okay, very good. And is there ex parte communication? Let's start with Mr. Boylston.
No, there is not.
Okay, anything for the vice mayor?
No, nothing.
None.
Okay, and none for me. So moving on, the city, you will enter the project file into the record, please.
Good evening, Anthea Geniotis, Development Services Director, and I'd like to enter file 2022-028 for a waiver associated with the property at 1314 North Federal Highway. I believe Mr. Cavalli is here with a presentation.
Okay, very good. Hello, Mr. Cavalli.
Good evening. Let me see. I think I remember how to use that. That's that one, right? Yeah, okay. Good evening. Mike Cavalli, Cavalli Design Associates, 1209 South Swinton Avenue. And my backflow preventer has been certified this year.
Okay, very good. I'm glad to hear it.
This request is a result of the conditional use that you saw back in April. We heard comments from the residents on the west side of the property, and we came forward with a proposal. Since April, we've been working with staff. Anthea and her staff has been great. We've had a lot of very unique issues with this site, and we're now past all those. We're formalizing the site plan. We'll be moving forward with the site plan and the plat. This is the first step in that process. So, the property is located west of Federal Highway, east of Dixie and the FEC railroad tracks, just north of the chocolate factory, south of Dollar General, and which is just south of Northeast 14th Street. This is an exhibit you saw at the last conditional use meeting, where we were asking for conditional use for a putting course, the Tiger Woods designed courses, and it was approved April 20th. In that process, at the P&Z meeting before the commission meeting, we heard comments from the residents, and we came forward with this plan to provide a buffer around the perimeter of the site with a berm and a 6-foot fence on top of the berm. We showed you this exhibit as an example of how that buffer would be increased. And so now we're to the point of finalizing this and incorporating this into the site plan. And so we have an issue in terms of how you measure the height of the fence. So basically what section 4.6.5 says is that a fence shall not exceed 6 feet in height, but it needs to be measured from natural ground. So when you put a berm on top of the natural ground, the fence is too high. So it's fairly simple. This is a diagram that shows you how that would work. The red line at the bottom is natural grade. The light green berm, it would be the berm, and then the yellow mustard color is the height of the fence, which is 6 feet. Just for clarity, in the justification statement, we said that we would be measuring the fence not to exceed 6 feet measured from the top of the berm. In the resolution, it says the fence can be taller than 6 feet measured from natural grade. And I think in the staff report, it kind of says similar to what the justification statement says, but the intent is that there is a 6-foot fence on top of a 2-foot berm, just so everyone's clear. So when we have a waiver like this, there's 4 items that need to be looked at in terms of making positive findings per section 2.4.7B5, and those are: the waiver will not adversely affect the neighboring area. This was in response to the comments from the neighborhood, so we're actually listening to them, and so obviously we're not affecting the neighboring area in a negative way. The waiver shall not significantly diminish the provisions of public facilities. Measuring the fence doesn't really affect how any of the public facilities, so positive findings can be made for that. The waiver should not create an unsafe situation. The additional screening that's provided by the buffer will actually screen the activities of the project. Being surrounded on 3 sides by roads, obviously it could be a distraction, and that screening will keep that distraction from happening, so it's not creating an unsafe situation. And the waiver does not result in granting a special privilege. Anybody can apply for a waiver of this type, and so there's no special privilege. So positive findings can be made for all of these items, so we'd request that you approve this.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
We'll hear from the city.
Epidemiology Development Services. Just for the record, I think the applicant's given you a pretty thorough overview of the request. When the conditional use was presented for the commission, it was April 20th, 2021, and in response to some of the concerns raised by the residential neighbors to the west about light and potentially noise spilling into their neighborhood, at that conditional use hearing, this was a solution that was presented to the board as a way to mitigate that impact. And that was, the conditional use was approved 5-0. The Planning and Zoning Board had recommended approval because it was this miniature golf use. It was a recreational use, requires that on March 15th. And so that, at that public hearing, that's where we heard those comments, and this is sort of the response to shield this rather unique use from the specific condition around it. I would just show you the same slides over again, so I don't think I need to give you a presentation. Ultimately, we do measure fences from natural grade, and in an effort to shield this specific use, the berm and then the 6-foot fence on top of that requires a waiver because it doesn't meet our typical standards. And so again, the conditions or the findings ultimately about whether it's going to adversely affect the neighboring properties, it's actually intended to not to cure any potential adverse impact, and that it doesn't actually affect public facilities, it's on private property, and whether or not it's an unsafe situation in terms of, this is a big screen going around a private property, it shouldn't create an unsafe situation, and it's not a special privilege, it's something that we're considering for this unique use in this unique location. And so I would just put that to the board. And that's it. I'm here if you have any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. At this point, if there's anybody in the audience that wants to speak to Resolution 10-22, please step forward. This is the public comment portion. And seeing no one jumping up, I'm going to close out public comment, and we're going to go to the rebuttal and anything else that either of you wants to say with respect to this.
Cross-examination.
Anything? Any rebuttal? No, I'm sorry?
Nothing.
Nothing.
I didn't hear.
Cross-examination.
None.
Cross-examination and rebuttal, yep.
None.
Okay, very good. So to the commission.
Might I ask one question?
Absolutely.
So the 2-foot berm and then the fence, will the buffer then be 8 feet? Or is the buffer on top of the 2-foot berm? In other words, is the fence going to be covered with a buffer so that it won't be unsightly?
So I'll let the applicant explain the landscaping, but yes, it's a berming of land, and while it's intended to be exactly a 2-foot berm, just
right,
in the event, it's a 6-foot fence on top of the berm, and there's landscaping on the public side.
Correct.
Do you want to use your graphic?
Sure.
I mean, I can show you
Yeah.
what I have, and we can see if
Probably
it's.
have something similar.
Mine may be worse than yours, which is why you may want yours. Yeah, you have a better one, I
Yeah,
think.
you can go, if you can get the other.
Can you tell the applicant? Thank you so much.
Okay. Let's go down. There we go. Let's go down one. Right here.
Right there.
Okay, I think this shows it pretty clearly. You can see the Dixie Highway side, where the car is, and this would be flipped for the Federal Highway side also. So basically, you're going to have the berm, and the fence will be at the top of the berm. In the front of the fence will be hedges, And then there will be various heights of shade trees and palm trees continuously down the entire.
Thank you. I just wanted to make sure.
Yes, but the continuous hedge will be on the outside of the fence.
Thank you.
Very good. Yes, ma'am.
Yes. I just had a thought. We are going to have excellent golfers who are going to be using this property. What are the chances that they're going to be hitting their golf ball over the top of the fence into a passing vehicle?
This is a putting course, so the only thing you get is a putter. I guess you have the opportunity to swing away.
Okay.
But again, the top of the fence is now 8 feet above the actual course, and there will be a series of different height shade trees and palm trees above that.
And someone's monitoring that some adventurous golfer won't come in with more than a putter.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you very much.
That would be a very, very bad golfer.
Yes, it would be.
If they're getting a putt over an 8-foot fence.
Mayor?
Yes.
If the commission is inclined to approve this resolution, I would just ask that the motion be for an amended resolution. Mr. Covelli is correct. So the way that it currently reads, it's only 6 feet above the natural grade. It would need to be, the motion would be to amend the resolution to state the fence would be 6 feet above the bermed area, and then we can correct that tomorrow.
Okay, very good. Commissioner Boylston, did you have any comments?
I do not, Mayor. Thank you.
Okay, very good. So I don't either. And do you have anything?
No, I'll make a motion to approve Resolution 10-22 as amended with the 6-foot fence above the 2-foot berm, on top of the 2-foot berm.
Very good.
Thank you.
Commissioner Casal, very good. And if Commissioner Boylston doesn't want to second it, I will second.
All
Thank you.
right.
So just for clarity of the record, the fence would be on top of the bermed area.
Correct. All right, so we have a motion and a second. Call the roll, please.
Mayor Petrolia?
Yes.
Ms. Cassell?
Yes.
Mr. Boylston?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to 7B, ratification of emergency regulations. We all know what this is about. Take a motion.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Call the roll, please.
Ms. Cassell?
Yes.
Mr. Boylston?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mayor Petrolia?
Yes, we no longer have 7C was removed, so we're now at 7D, and this is where I think most of the audience is going to be interested. This is Resolution 06-22.
So, Mayor, I don't know if you want to do it this way, but we can do this item 7D,
Yes.
8A, and 8B all together.
Right, because
so-
all three of them are together.
Yes. And then I'll read those captions when you want me to.
Okay, so we're talking about Resolution 06-22, and then we have public hearings, which is ordinance number 31-21 and 32-21. We're going to combine them, and we will be asking for public comments during this, but we'll combine it. Go ahead.
An ordinance of the City Commission of the City of Delray Beach, Florida, adopting a small-scale land use map amendment for a parcel of land located at 170 Sherwood Forest Drive, which measures approximately 37.31 plus or minus acres, is more particularly described herein, redesignating said land from open space OS to low-density LD, pursuant to the provisions of the Community Planning
Mr.
Act,
Boylston, if you can mute, thank you.
Florida Statute, Section 163.3187, providing a conflicts clause and a severability clause, providing an effective date, and for other purposes. Ordinance number 32-21, an ordinance of the City Commission of the City of Delray Beach, Florida, rezoning land presently zoned open space and recreation, OSR, district, to planned residential development for a development to be known as the Enclave at Sherwood, located south of West Atlantic Avenue and east of South Military Trail, which measures approximately 37.31 plus or minus acres, as more particularly described herein, amending City of Delray Beach zoning map, July 6, 2021, providing a conflicts clause and a severability clause, providing an effective date, and for other purposes. And these are both public hearings.
Very good. So Anthea is going to present, yes?
Well,
or do we?
I think this is privately initiated.
I'm sorry?
Yeah. So the applicant is here. Mr.
Sure.
Chuma will be presenting on behalf of the request. And like Ms. Jellin said, we'll go over all three interrelated items in one presentation. And then I'll follow up with any analysis, and we'll go from there. Thank you.
Very good, thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Ken Tuma with Urban Design Studio. My address is 610 Clematis Street, West Palm Beach, Florida. I've been sworn in. It's a pleasure. I haven't been in front of this commission in many years. I have with us representatives of Pulte Homes, who's the applicant on this. We also have representatives of the homeowner associations who we've worked with throughout this project. And just give me 1 second. I'll put my stuff down and we'll get started.
Sure.
So here today on behalf of Sherwood Park, what Pulte is proposing are 79 new residential units on the closed golf course. The presentation that I have for you tonight, I wasn't sure how we were going to structure it, so I put the first couple slides about the dedication, and then the slides after that are about the land use and the rezoning, which are the items in front of you in the quasi-judicial format. So let me get started. So the site, as you know, is located south of Atlantic Avenue, east of Military Trail, and west of I-95, identified on the screen in front of you in red. It's called the Sherwood Forest PRD. It was approved many years ago. And then blowing up to take a better look at it, you'll see in blue the subject site of the rezoning request and the land use request that's in front of you today. You'll also notice on the top, Legacy at Sherwood Forest, and then the Sherwood Forest homes on the south side, which are the single-family homes. So the proposals that are in front of you this evening, as identified, there are three. There's a termination of the prior restrictive dedication. There's a land use amendment and a rezoning of the golf course area itself. The master plan was approved already by your planning board. So just a brief history, because it's important. It's been around for a long time. I had the pleasure of working on this probably 20 years ago. Back in 1960, the 74-acre golf course was approved. And then in 1988, it was annexed into the city from Palm Beach County with 125 units. And at that time, a 25-year restrictive covenant was placed on the document, or placed on the property. That is now at approximately year 31. In 1989, the city then adopted the comprehensive plan and modified the designations to what they are today. Recreation and open space on the golf course. Sherwood Forest was low density, and then medium density on the old driving range, which I believe it was Centerline Homes built, which is now Sherwood Forest. In 2002, the city approved 72 additional units, which were the old driving range. And then in 2018, the owner of the property closed the golf course and they ceased operations. Pulte then put the property under contract with that owner around that time period. Just some brief histories, what's happened since then. We went in front of the Planning Zoning Board in November of 2021, and we had 79 single-family homes as part of the master plan that was amended, and then we requested and received 2 waivers at that time. Those 2 waivers were to reduce the side setbacks. It's consistent with the existing Sherwood Forest. So the first part of it is the restrictive dedication. I've got a lot of words on the screen in front of you, but in essence, in 1990, that dedication was put in place. It lasted for 25 years. It had automatic renewals for 10 years after that. It's in year 31 of this year. The first step in removing that restrictive dedication is to get the declarant, which is Sherwood Forest HOA, and their president is here this evening, and you have signed documents in your record. They took a affirmative vote in November of 2020 to allow for the release of this restrictive dedication. What's in front of you, you were the third part of that wheel, and the third part of that agreement, that the city also was part of that agreement, so we're requesting that you release that also. And I'm going to jump to the community support letter. I have a lot more information as I get into the second part of the presentation, but the first part was actually November 17th. They held a vote. The vote required by their documents required a supermajority, meaning that 67% of the homes needed to approve it. There were 120 of the 125 homes voted, and 104 of those voted in favor for 86%. So somebody asked me once, well, Ken, those 5 homes, they didn't vote. If they would have voted no, what would have happened? Well, it would go to 83%. We still would have been a supermajority. I've been involved in golf courses, a really good job. I want to give Pulte, the homeowner association, credit for working through with an association to come to 86% approval or 87% approval ratings. Pretty good for one of these. So there are terms of the agreement, while not relevant to what you're approving tonight. It's important for you to know that there's been a lot of give and take going on. The terms of the agreement include that there would be a shared amenity. There'll be oversized lakes and buffers. There'll be clustered landscaping, 10-foot side setbacks. There would be 1 story with loft options only, so no 2-story homes, only 1 story with loft options. And then a little later, I'm going to talk to you about the agreement that we've recently, well, Pulte's recently made with Legacy. So that is the dedication language. Now I'm going to jump into the matter of land use map amendment and rezoning. The land use map amendment, or the LUMA, is a change from open space to low density residential, and then a rezoning from open space to planned residential development. The property has a PRD, and so we're just becoming part of that. So here is the land use request. You can see identified in green on the screen is the open space. The request is to modify that to low density residential, consistent with the surrounding properties of the residential homes. The lot sizes that we're proposing are very similar to the homes are surrounding. And then to the south of the higher density, the medium density, which is the townhome property or Legacy. So a little bit about the zoning. Again, this is the zoning part of it. The PRD on the north has the Legacy is a dwellings of 7.63 dwelling units per acre. Sherwood Forest, the residential on the south, is 4.38 dwelling units per acre. And what we're proposing internally into the property, I just changed, hopefully just changed colors, is 79, those 1-story loft option. Now, we started, of course, with a lot more units going back several years as we worked our way through this project with the neighborhood, but we ended up at a density internal to the site at 2.18 units per acre. So the site plan, I'm going to walk you through graphically a little bit of the site plan. You can see kind of the give and take of how we got to where we are. On the screen in front of you is the site plan. You'll notice 75 single-family homes, or 75 zero-lot line homes. They are, 79 single-family homes. I said it right the first time. You'll note that the lot widths are 50 feet. The typical depth is 124 feet. And that is similar in size to Sherwood Forest. A typical lot in Sherwood Forest is 50 feet in width, and they have lots on their standard size of 110 feet, and then you'll notice kind of around some of the angles, the lots get a little bit bigger to 173 feet. So the actual site plan itself, which I'm not going to be able to show my medals. Oh wait, no, that's cool. So the actual site plan itself, you can see the entry point here. It's a gated entry into the new project. As part of the agreement with Sherwood Forest, we're also including upgrading their clubhouse or their guardhouse and also their entry gates as part of it. We're creating a common amenity here, identified here in the screen, and then you'll see we've created these blocks of residential development with sidewalks and connections throughout the area. One of the big discussion points with the neighbors when we did the approval process was, hey, we want to make sure we're okay with your development, but we want to make sure that you've provided us plenty of protection, either naturally through preserve areas or open space areas, or through lake areas, because we had a view of a golf course at one time. So working together with the neighborhood, we were able to come up with a design that's on the screen, and you'll see that there's pretty significant distances. On the right-hand side of the screen, or the east side, it's 190 feet separation lot to lot with a lake area in between. On the south side, at that pinch point, you can see it's 160 feet, and it's much wider than that when you get away from that pinch point. And then on the upper left, it's 190 feet. And the same thing on the north side, we left a 50-foot buffer with landscaping and fence adjacent to Legacy. So just a few things about pedestrian connectivity. It was a big topic of this early on in the project, particularly with the planning board. So one of the things we learned was going through the project is the sidewalk network within the community. And this was a really good experience for me too, as a planner, to really understand what was happening. Identified on the screen are the existing sidewalk networks, and there's some proverbial missing links there, right, or bridges to nowhere. And give your staff and also particularly the neighbors to really kind of thank them for helping us understand what needed to happen. You'll see that Pulte, as part of this proposal is making all the connections, including within the property here that's not even on their property. That button. This right here, making that missing link for Sherwood Forest to come out to Atlantic Avenue to create that pedestrian connection. And you'll see the areas identified in purple are our sidewalks being proposed. Open space, really important to the neighborhood, of course, important for your code also, but really important for the neighborhood to create those separation and those distances. So the code requires 15%. What's being proposed is 21%. Now, the 21%, I want you to look. What's not counted is the 8-point-something acres of lake. As you know, your code doesn't count for in open space, doesn't allow for lakes to count as open space, which makes sense. But we have an additional 8.8 acres, which brings that number up to 32% of lakes. And the reason why I tell you that is the lakes were important as a separation method for the neighbors and creating kind of that island effect where we still have neighbors and everyone has a view, and that was kind of the design concept with the neighborhood. Just a couple of looks at some of the preserve areas. Or open space, usable open space areas, excuse me. This open space is a really cool open space on the southeast side of the property. The reason why that's there is it has significant trees in it today, and we're going to be relocating many of the golf course trees, or many of the usable golf course trees, not the black olives, but all of the good trees that are out there. And I've got a slide that'll tell you what the numbers are in a second. Oh, here's a slide. So that's what it looks like today. You can see the neat trees. We're going to have we have 42 existing trees in that area. We'll be adding 75 new native trees. We're going to be relocating 44 palms and 4 other trees into that area. Mr. Hartman is here. He's our environmentalist, and he can answer any questions you may have on that matter. Buffers and lakes, again, very important for the neighbors. This first section that's on the screen in front of you shows 190 feet up there on the left-hand side. So when you look at that drawing on the right-hand side, or right there, that's the existing homes. Then it's 190 feet with 124 feet being actual water body to the future home to the west. The next section is section BB, and it's 160 feet of separation. And again, you can see on the screen the separation between the surrounding homes and the proposed new homes. A shared amenity, yes. So we are proposing a club facility that will be shared among the residents of Sherwood Forest, and also the enclave will have access to it also. So the amenity, and you can see it there on the screen, is being proposed. It has access from both sides. So to the right or to the east, you'll get past the gate of Sherwood Forest, and then the same thing through the enclave, which is the name that we're proposing for our community. Traffic, always an important item. We've met all the criteria within the traffic performance standards, and the project has met the standards based on the conditions as proposed. Community outreach. Now, this has been going on for a while. So going back to May 10th of 2018, we started with our first community outreach meeting with the neighbors, and we have continued. These are just kind of like the highlights. This has been going on for a very long time, and again, I appreciate all the efforts, and that was my birthday, so I remember everybody yelling. But we started there, and we got to where we are today. So just a little bit about the history of those agreements. It's important for you to understand. So Pulte's been working with them for 3 years. And Sherwood Forest supported the development of this restriction that's in front of you tonight. There are a lot of resident-driven design criteria, including architecture, lake views, landscape, open space, pedestrian connectivity. We've agreed for Sherwood Forest to refresh their gatehouse and entry system. We've shared clubhouse amenities with the HOAs, that's with a comma, meaning all of them. The PRD sign and landscape enhancements at Atlantic Avenue. And then also recently, since our last hearing, we've actually, Pulte and Pulte's here and they can respond to more specific questions, have entered into agreement with the Legacy HOA to place an access easement on Sherwood Forest Drive and to share future maintenance costs of the road coming in. So it seems at the end of the day, while it took a while to get here, that we've come in front of you and you'll see many people in the audience with green stickers on that supported to vote for this project, and we're happy to be part of it. Community support, you've already saw this letter. I wasn't sure if we were going to get it back up depending on how the hearing went. And with that, happy to answer any questions you may have. Again, we have our whole team assembled, including Mr. Baker, who's the division president of Pulte, and I'd like the opportunity to rebut. Thank you, ma'am.
Very good, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
I think we share a birthday.
You just lost your charger and it's in front of that gentleman. Okay.
Cynthia.
Okay, so there are 3 items before you today. Anthea Geniotis, Development Services Director, for the record. I think you have a very good overview from the applicant in terms of what's being proposed. This is a golf course that has become obsolete over time, and they have worked diligently with the neighborhood to come up with a plan with overwhelming support, which I think we need to take a minute and recognize it's a pretty big deal that they were able to do that. So, but by the numbers, this is a proposal to shift to a PRD, so that comes with a master development plan as part of that zoning function. There was already a master development plan in place for this project, and so that plan was amended at the Planning and Zoning Board level. So you have the land use. One ordinance is the land use change from open space to low density to allow the transition from a golf course to home sites. The second is that rezoning from open space and recreation to a planned, to the PRD, the planned residential development. That master development plan went to Planning and Zoning Board. Actually, it went through 2 hearings because as hard as they worked with the community, the Planning Board also saw other opportunities to improve the plan that was being brought forward. So they gave input both on September 20th, 2021, and ultimately approved it, and I'll give you the vote in a minute, November 15th. With that was a waiver to allow the 0 lot line, the side yard, to be 10 feet instead of 15 feet. We've seen that waiver before. This was there. If there are details with the master development plan that you want to revisit, the time to do that would be the appealable that would follow, which will be on the next agenda. This before you is the land use, the rezoning, and also that agreement that has to be altered since the city is party to it to move forward. So we've gone through that. So here's how our maps change. The zoning map on the left is, or the land use map, excuse me, is the open space designation on the existing golf course, the proposal to shift that into the low density land use. And then the zoning map would change from showing an open space recreational zoning designation to PRD. Ultimately, you know these findings. They apply to both the land use ordinance and to the zoning ordinance, that the requests have to be consistent with our land use map, which is part of why there's a land use amendment. You can't just put homes on an open space designation. It all has to match. So that's what you see before you. There's an evaluation of concurrency, which I will go over, and then consistency with our comp plan, and then ultimately compliance with the LDRs. And so we have to decide that both of these ordinances meet those findings. So again, the shift is from an open space designation with no density, but with a floor area ratio for recreational buildings, to LD, which allows density up to 5 at the comp plan level, up to 5 DUs per acre. Mm-hmm. So the first thing we look at is, well, is this appropriate? Our comprehensive plan tells us to apply the low density land use, to a city's established neighborhood so that it's consistent and enhances what's already there. So in this case, what is surrounding this is that it would allow for more detached single family, which is already in this part of Sherwood, and then of course the townhouses to the north. Concurrency, I didn't get a chance to speak with Mr. Tuma, so I do want to put something on the record that is a little new. The project will have to provide impact fees for each residential unit. The increase in traffic is before you on the chart. However, there is a TPS approval letter from the county, so it is not exceeding any concerns. The peak hour trips will increase, of course, because there's more homes. School concurrency, there was no negative impact. They do not need to pay fees to increase the capacity of the schools. However, we received some contact today, and I hope Mr. Tuma got it, where the school district reached out to us to ask if there was a way to incorporate a shelter of some sort on the site for where students are picked up from that overall community. And so we're gonna pass that along to Mr. Tuma to work with the school board on. It came, and literally we got it today. So we were like, this is new. We leave that in, I think, their hands, or just raise that. I'm not sure how many students are collecting and where they're standing. You know, in other communities, occasionally do see them stuck on an arterial, which is a little frightening. So just the school board's trying to be proactive to make sure students are waiting in a safe place. This area is, in our comprehensive plan, evaluated as a stable neighborhood, and therefore our policies go more to protecting them than anything else, to make sure that what comes in is going to enhance the community and not be detrimental. So this is probably one of the biggest topics around this community, which is that it's expanding our housing supply by providing more housing. It is providing all single family in this part, although the community itself does offer townhomes and single family on larger lots. So there is varied family types accommodated. And ultimately, of course, what we always discuss is whether or not there's an ability for a workforce or if it's appropriate. We do not have a regulation in place right now that requires any kind of workforce housing when we've talked about this before, when something subdivides or when a zoning district increases, and staff is reaching out to see if that's something we can do in the future, but it is not in place now. So we are evaluating this in terms of income diversity by models that have 2 bedrooms to 4 bedrooms, and that accommodates different family sizes, and there's already townhomes, and I would look at it under that guise at this point. And then the other issue, of course, is open space and the city's constant concern about maintaining its open space over time. In this case, I'm glad that it was a very thorough presentation about that. Water retention areas, as lovely as they can be sometimes, are not usable open space, and they don't count. In this case, while a large area of open space is shifting, in the community, the master development plan that accompanies this does meet the open space requirements for a planned residential development. The interconnectivity opportunities to just naturally walk your dog around the entire community if you want to. All of those things have been, I think, thoroughly vetted through the process with the planning board and with the community. While I understand there's a desire for separation, it is one neighborhood, and hopefully you all have good neighbors. You seem pretty united, but anyway, so that's part of what we were looking at in terms of the open space. This will take 37 acres of open space off of the land use map. So it's a pretty significant little neighborhood, but it is a neighborhood that is consistent with what's there now. And it does, like I said, it meets the 15% open space outside of the additional area that's proposed for lakes. We have a breakdown in the backup if you're interested in it, just to show how that open space is distributed throughout the entire community, not just what's coming forward. And so, again, that was part of the planning board's concern that was revisited and I think resolved. So ultimately, when we decide whether or not something should change or not, there's a question as to whether or not there has been a change in circumstance, and you'll see that. This is a problem we're seeing throughout Florida, where we have more golf courses apparently than we need. So how do they change over time? And that's, I think, one of the biggest issues, that this is really an adaptive reuse of an area that's become defunct. Again, the process requires that amendment to the master development plan, which lives at the Planning and Zoning Board unless you reach through to appeal it. That master development plan has to meet all the LDRs. It was approved by Planning Board on November 15th. It was approved at a 4-2 approval recommendation with, I think, the root concern being whether or not we're achieving workforce housing throughout the city, which is, an ongoing concern. Again, the findings that you have to make for the zoning part is one of these has to be met, and ultimately that in this case that there's been a change in circumstances which makes the current zoning inappropriate. This is set forward just a relationship to the national trends and golf course overdevelopment and market correction, and what do we do with these spaces? How do you maintain them over time, and how do you reuse them? So the PRD zoning is compatible. This is in the heart of Sherwood, and then the adjacent communities are fairly consistent with this as well. So I'm hoping I got all of the findings on the record. I'm here if you have any questions. The land use map, there was recommendation approval 5-1. The rezoning was 4-2. And the master development plan was also 5-1, and they kind of go hand in hand, but in this case, it's not what you're actually voting on today. There was a concern by the planning board that they wanted planned residential development sometimes affix a number to the zoning designation to limit the zoning, right? It's a PRD 6 or a PRD 4. In this case, I think it's important to note, I believe the applicant has a better graphic than I have, that the subject of the rezoning and the land use is this area that's highlighted. So if we were to try to look at the whole community, it's a lower density, density number for these folks. If we did just this, it starts to, because the PRD should address the entire, if you're gonna fix a density number, it should apply to the full area, and that's not the area under consideration, which is why the ordinance was drafted without a suffix. Because what you see before you is I think a little bit over 2 units per acre, but if we took the entire area, it's 4. So staff ultimately decided the best thing was to bring it forward as it was requested without a suffix, and acknowledge that the master development plan really does rule in terms of what and how much can be built. So that's what's approved in front of you. I also think it's important to note that the distribution of the open space is important, but not just setting aside land. There's been a lovely collaborative effort underway. We look at it with fresh eyes and think, why isn't there a bench somewhere to sit down once you're walking your dog, all of these places? Do you need lights, or you're getting everything you need? And so, if you can push those amenities even better to improve the quality of life for the residents in general, I think that's always a good idea. So.
Very good.
Okay.
All right, so at this point, what we're gonna do is open up it up to the public. And so if anybody would like to speak to Resolution 0622 or the two ordinances, 31-21, 32-21, please step forward, state your name, and you'll have 3 minutes. Oh, and also your address. Come on up.
Alice Spence, 707 Place Devon. There was a comment made that they are not going to relocate the black olives. So what are they doing with them? They chopping them down, throwing them away? I mean, a tree is a tree. And if they don't want it, then people should have the opportunity maybe come and dig them out or take them to their own homes. And I think you need to look closely at the removal of shade. Mm-hmm. And what you're replacing it with, and you've got live trees there that could be used somewhere. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Howdy, good afternoon, Madam Mayor and Commissioners. My name is John Colasaco. I live at 425 Sherwood Forest Drive in Delray. I am the president of the association. I think it was well said that, we did have a dedication with the golf course, with the owner. That property was supposed to be used only as a golf course and a pro shop. Back in November of 2020, we did have a vote, of which 83 out of our 125 homeowners did vote in favor of that. That's almost 86%. I don't even know if you can get 86% to vote yes on anything right now, but we had that percentage. We've worked pretty hard with Pulte on this. I think it's been said more than once. It's been a long process. Unfortunately, I've been involved since the beginning, so it's been a process. But I have to say that working with Pulte, working with our community and our association, we've come up with something that we think works. They've been very accommodating. Again, the original plan was for so many homes. It's down to 79. They're all one story with some lofts maybe. Wider lakes, better amenities. Was mentioned the gates and security for us. And I think as a whole, we are excited about the project. We'll look forward to the project. It's not very often that current homeowners can sit down and work with a developer and work who's going to be your neighbor. And we've had the opportunity to do that over the past 3 years, and we're excited about having new neighbors. And hopefully at the end, this committee will vote for it. We're excited about it, and we just want to get going. So thank you.
Thank you. I don't know where the music's coming from, but it was really good with his talking because it sounded like we were. I'm wondering, it was almost like a commercial. Yes, sir.
Hi, my name is Lance Hall. I live at 4920 Sherwood Forest Drive. I just want to resound everything our president said here. I'm a resident of the community and have no association with the HOA other than paying my dues and being supportive. Right now, outside of being involved in real estate and seeing the process come forward, with Pulte's flexibility in this project, sometimes you get like, wow, I can't believe they're going to do that. I can't believe they're going to do that. I can't believe they're going to do that over and over and over again. So outside of the flexibility, both with the city and with what our needs are, right now still we're looking at solving a problem. It's great to have some wonderful green open space. I wish there was, some kind of solution that was, even better than this, but, you got to take what you can get in some cases. 37 acres of land within the city is a massive piece of property. And it's actually the biggest undeveloped piece of property in the city right now. Mm-hmm. And right now, there's dilapidated buildings on there. It's not a great look, And so they're not only solving a problem of some land that's, not being used, but going to go into a cooperative environment for where we're living and the future homeowners there, which I think Delray could always use some more taxpayers, right? All right, folks, thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Yes, sir.
Hi, good evening. My name is Anthony Orlando, 4695 Sherwood Forest Drive. Thank you for allowing us to speak today. I'm not going to repeat everything that was said before me. Just the point I want to touch upon is the consistency of the new neighborhood coming into us, which was very important. I am also a board member of the HOA for Sherwood Forest, and acting and speaking for my fellow residents, that was an important part for us that our neighborhood would remain as it is moving forward with enhancements on it. I know you spoke about the safety and the lifestyles for the current residents, and I feel Pulte has really done an amazing job in not only presenting the solutions, but seeking out and having our involvement both with the legacy and with Sherwood Forest to make sure that there is a collaborative consensus that this is a good development, a good move for this property, which in absence of anything happening is an abandoned private parcel of land that's not to anybody's benefit. So, we are in favor of this. We ask for your approval on this. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Good evening. First, thank you for giving up your evenings to be here.
everyone. My name is Charlotte Riles. My address is 4610 Sherwood Forest Drive, and I'm a 20-plus resident, I know I don't look it, of Delray Beach, and also a member of the HOA board. Originally, I lived at the top of that map. The first home I owned was in 165, and I had a nice vacant land space next to me, which is now Legacy Townhomes. Since then, next to Bank of America, we now have Colony Palms. We are seeing increasingly amounts of townhomes, so we are very excited to have single-family homes coming into this development to further expand what our homeowners, 200-plus homeowners of 125 homes, have spent their time in, growing and creating that community. In addition to getting another network and new neighbors, what hasn't been mentioned is Pulte has worked with Sherwood Forest. We're going to work together on governing documents. Are we going to be good neighbors? We want to play in the sandbox nice together. Also, we are Sherwood Forest. Our oak trees are our signature items. Pulte's also extended conversations around landscaping and trees and things like that. So for some of those things that haven't come up, I wanted to raise those forward, and I hope that with those future taxpayers, we'll continue to have Sherwood Forest full of trees and a cooperative neighborhood for us for the next 20-plus years. So thank you.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Madam Mayor, Assistant Mayor, Madam, and Commissioners, and the City Manager. Thank you very much for giving us the opportunity. I've worked with...
Your name and address.
Oh, I'm sorry. My name is Stephen Saffron. I'm in Legacy. I'm the president of the board at Legacy. 41, I forget my address now. I'm a little nervous. Anyway, I've worked with city planners before. I know how hard it is to come up with a solution for a development like this. I loved Delray Beach and what you guys have done with it for all the years that it has been, and that's why we moved and chose Delray Beach as a city to be part of. And every day I'm here, I pinch myself and just thank God for what we do have. But as far as our community is concerned, when this came to our board's attention, which was back in April of this year, actually we met with them 3 years ago, but we didn't know for sure this was going to move forward. It really wasn't our choice, but at the end of the day, working with Pulte, they have done everything that we have asked for the most part. There are things that nothing is going to be 100% perfect, but in our world, I think it's going to be a good mix for our community, for Sherwood Forest, and for the new community coming in. My only concern would be the traffic that's going to be added to the overall mix in our community, and some safety issues. But outside of that, I think it's going to be good for all of us, and I'm welcoming Pulte's participation in the development. Thank you again.
Thank you. Mark Mr. Saffron down as a resident, but forgot his address.
4431 Just remember. Good afternoon, City Commission. Christina Morrison, 1000 Lowry Street here in beautiful Delray Beach. Our city needs housing. We all agree on that. And this is a very responsible, big developer. They listened to the Planning and Zoning Board. They implemented a lot of our recommendations, and the plan is better because of that input, and we thank them for that. Moreover, our city needs workforce housing. It would be great if more of our vital employees and nurses and doctors, and not doctors, nurses, teachers, all those people that we need every day can afford to live in our city. Our median price of housing right now in Delray Beach is $500,000. And it's nice to have a city so booming, but that is scary when it comes to hiring police, fire, nurses, and the essential workers that we need to keep our city going. We're giving up open space, and it hasn't been kept up. That's a code issue, but that's another story. It needs to be developed, and it's nice that it's being developed, but we're giving up open space. The city's changing its future land use map. The city's giving up the open space, changing its comprehensive plan probably because of this change. And in exchange, we're getting some more tax dollars. That's true, we are. But we're also going to have more impact on our police, our fire, our city services, which those tax dollars go to fund. When the city's giving up something in order to be not a developer-driven type of city, we need to get something in return. And we need workforce housing. It would be great if in exchange for this change in zoning, change in future land use, everything that's going into making this change, that we just get 2 workforce housing units. I mean, this developer can afford it. We have a land, the last time I spoke to you about this, you said that it would be onerous for the city to monitor. We have a land trust in this city that handles affordable and workforce housing issues. It's not onerous. It's handled every day by Evelyn and her crew over at the City Land Trust. In addition to that, right now in Tallahassee, there's a Hometown Heroes bill getting ready to be presented that will be able to give down payment assistance to essential workers like police, fire, nurses, and people like that that we need in our community. So please, approve this. This is a great project. But when it comes to the rezoning portion in the 8th section of this agenda, please add at least 2 workforce housing units. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Anyone else? Seeing no movement, I'm going to close out the public comment, and we are going to the commission at this point. Anyone want to start?
Okay,
Right ahead.
I'll start.
Vice Mayor.
First of all, I'd like to start my comments off by thanking Mrs. Morrison and Mr. Zeller in their honesty. We have been crying from the rooftops, from the federal government on down, that we are pricing out those people who really need housing more than those who can afford it. Somehow or another, we've lost track of the fact that everyone isn't rich, everyone can afford a $500,000 home, and yet we still need their lives, their service, their contribution to our community. But we are pricing them out of being able to afford to live in our communities. I've been told by some of the fire and police they don't want to live in the community in which they work because they're not able to always have their time away, because if they're close by, they're going to want to answer the call or be called in. So, but somehow, some way, we should be considering these citizens, and we are in dire need of them. Our teachers, honest to God, our teachers, we need to start thinking more favorably as to how we're going to help them. With that said, I'd like to commend everyone who was involved in this endeavor. It has not been easy. 2018 is not yesterday. It's been quite a long haul, and I commend all of you. When I saw your green buttons that said, yes, we voted, I thought you were here for another purpose. This is, we're voting today, and I wanted to say if you live in District 88, please, after we've voted however we're going to vote, if you would just leave and go vote if you're in District 88. We have a state representative that needs to be voted on. So if you've already done it, thank you, and if not, then maybe you know someone who lives in District 88. With that said, I just have a couple of questions, or maybe just one question. Why was it decided that you would have so much water as opposed to land with trees?
It would be the applicant. Sorry. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor, and appreciate your comments. So the question was, why do we end up with more water than land? So there are some requirements for stormwater management, and if you could see through the center of the property there, the Lake Worth Drainage District actually has a canal that goes through there. And then we thought then the idea was to create the save the open preserve area on the east side, but then have the balance of the property function as part of the stormwater management system.
You had to go before the water district in order to get this approved, or?
We do have to work through South Florida Water Management District and Lake Worth Drainage District, those permits. So since this was already an approved project, the type of permit is called a letter mod, if I'm getting the term right. Our engineers in the office get the official one, but it's a modification because it's already an existing project.
I'm sure you had to go through a lot of hoops and nooks and crannies in order to get this design. I commend you on it. I just, when I hear water, I see water, I constantly think about the dire need of water in this area. And I don't know, sometimes when there's a drought, it dries up. You're going to have, it might not look as attractive as the beautiful picture does when that comes about. So I'm always more in favor of land and trees as buffers and just a cooling effect. Water conjures up all kind of ideas of things, but mosquitoes most of all. So I commend everyone. I thank you all for the hard work, and I'm happy to see that for once, our citizens in the surrounding area are happy. Thank you.
Very good. Commissioner Sal?
Could I add something
yes,
quickly,
absolutely.
just relationship to the Commissioner's concern about trees, is that if this is approved, then a Class 2 goes before the SPRAB, which will fully evaluate the details of the landscape plan that's proposed in the architecture of the units. So ultimately, that level of detail of which trees, are being moved or added or taken away will be part of that application, and you will see that as an appealable item.
I'd just like to add one more thing. I think if we're serious about affordable housing, workforce housing, we, the city of Delray Beach, needs to have some type of component that when a developer comes to us, that this is going to be a part of our future. And it might not be to their benefit, but we all have to be serious about it. If you're serious about it, we'll do something about it.
Agreed.
Thank you.
I would also like to add that our program does allow for both on-site and off-site contributions. So there's a number of ways to support workforce housing. Neighborhood and Community Services has some people, that track it and help with down payment assistance. There's other things that we do in lieu of an on-site construction. So it's definitely something we need to.
But I think we're running out of land, and if we keep putting money into a fund and the land isn't there to build it, I think it's a negative effect. We're talking a good game, we're dancing to the song, but we're really not committed to it. Thank you.
I believe, though, at one point we discussed this, and you said we're not entitled to just incorporate that as a part of our process to have a certain amount of workforce housing across the board in projects.
So we have to be really careful about that. The
Correct.
state legislature has preempted us from
Yes.
requiring a set aside for certain zonings. I think we're willing, since we're a city that's growing through redevelopment, not through greenfield typically, to work with our Department of Economic Opportunity and find out some of the ideas that have come from this dais, like you're subdividing land and creating more, or you're rezoning and you're getting more. Maybe there's a way to tackle it, but we would want to be very careful not to. Lynn's already, she's moving her mic. She's like, to stay out of trouble. Yeah, so we do have areas in the city, of course, where we offer an incentive of an increase in density and exchange. We do, and that is something you could do or not do, but we're generally prohibited from having a zoning district that says for every PRD 2% has to be workforce. We're not allowed to do that anymore. So
very good.
That's what I thought, and I just as I stated at the last meeting, I think we all struggle when we're losing open space. It's concerning. But in this case, I feel, I'm content with the fact that this is low density, 2 units per acre. It's remarkable.
Stay there.
Sorry, what?
No, I just want to make sure she doesn't go back to her chair, and then I have
And
to
then
get up again.
also, the open space, I appreciate that. So I appreciate a lot of what this is bringing to the table. Something was happening here at some point in time, but I do have one question for you. This is just a small question. Anthea, you.
Me, okay.
The $500 per space impact fee, I think it equates to about $40,000 for parks. Does the city get that?
Yes.
Okay, fabulous.
So you know what? I'm gonna dogleg on that because I guess piggyback on that because I wanted to ask, what is that about? That's the first time I'm seeing that, so I'm kind of questioning what is the $500 park fee?
So we have, and we've had it as long as I've worked here, a impact fee for new residential units and hotel units as well. So this is something, for example, the Ray had to pay. So ultimately, there's an impact fee. It goes into a fund for the city's Parks and Recreation Department. I believe that it's used to.
Oh, I'm thinking parking.
No. We have those too.
I was going to
be
say they
fair,
have their own garages, I'm sure.
Right. No, it's a parks and
Gotcha.
Because while they live there in their community, we all know that they're going to come downtown. That's what's great about Delray. So we have to work on our parks as well. So they help maintain it. But there is parking fees too, to be fair. They just don't.
Yeah, no, I know. There's those in lieu fees and everything, but I just thought it was so unusual to see this, and I'm thinking, what in the world has happened here in my absence, I guess. I couldn't figure it out. Anyway, all right, very good. I'm glad you brought that up.
Okay.
Anything else? Okay, Ryan, Commissioner Boylston, did you have any comments, concerns, questions?
Just real quickly, I'm actually still laughing that I'm talking about a golf course. You said dog leg instead
I
of.
know, right? I know.
That was great.
I did golf this weekend, so there you go.
All right. No, I just wanted to say thank you not only to the residents who have been involved in ensuring this is a quality project that adds housing to the city of Delray Beach, but also a thank you to P&Z for doing a lot of our job, because I think a lot of the things that they changed about this project and requested in this project, we probably would have spent a lot more time tonight requesting ourselves as a city commission. So thank you, and I'll be in favor.
Very good. I agree 100% with everything you said. And I also want to say that, first of all, with the comment to Commissioner, or to the Vice Mayor talking about maybe, police officers don't want to live here. Well, we have to. So we're living that, kind of like around with our constituency, which is cool. But it also takes up a lot of time. There is an issue about open space versus workforce housing. I personally feel that until we get a policy in place, it is unfair of us to ask for a certain number of homes to be dedicated, especially this late in the process. I feel like it's the wrong thing to do because I don't know that that is something that they contemplated. And I would be afraid of where they would cut the corners in order to be able to make that happen. And I think it's not the right thing to do. I love the way that you guys came to where you are today, because it wasn't that long ago. I want to say it was maybe 3 years ago. I was getting calls from certain people in the community that were very, very upset that they were contemplating doing anything there. And yet it was an eyesore and left behind, and space that wasn't going to be able to be used by anybody in the community. And certainly you had rodents breeding and all kinds of things happening in that walled off area, and it was very unsightly. So what is coming, I think, is going to be a major improvement, and I'm very excited for the entire community. I think it's really wonderful that you all went back to the table and worked it out and banged it out, and now here we are with something that I think you're going to be very proud of and living around and being part of and enjoying that that section of the community that is going to be shared. I love the idea that they even brought in parking in both your community and also their community. So it's not just like you're only going to be kind of like you'd have to walk, from over here to get to the pool. You actually have parking that's coming in from the community that is your section, and I think that was very thoughtful as well. I think that's probably it that I want to say. I'm in support of this, and I hope that my colleagues are too. So when we go to vote, we have to do this separately, and so
Yes, please.
each one separately.
7D, starting with that one.
Correct. There's nothing more that needs to be said, correct? Okay, very good.
Motion to approve resolution number 0622.
Hello?
Sorry.
I need a second.
Second. I'm asleep. Trying to see.
All right, we got a second. Call the roll, please.
Ms. Cassell?
Yes.
Mr. Boylston?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mayor Petrolia?
Yes.
Motion to approve ordinance number 31-21.
Second.
Call the roll, please.
Mr. Boylston?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mayor Petrolia?
Yes.
Ms. Cassell?
Yes. Motion to approve ordinance number 32-21.
Second.
Call the roll, please.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mayor Petrolia?
Yes.
Ms. Cassell?
Yes.
Mr. Boylston?
Yes.
Congratulations, good luck. Hopefully, wishing the best for everything. Thank you, Pulte, too. All right, we're going to give you guys a few minutes just to go on out so we can continue this long meeting, which was supposed to be short.
If you're going to vote, you have 45 minutes. Polls close at 7. I don't know.
Oh, there were. You were hoping with that vote on there, weren't you? I could tell.
I still miss him too.
Yes. I'm sure. It absolutely is.
I like that T-shirt.
Fantastic. Very good.
Tom Petty and the Heartbreakers.
All right, we're going to go ahead and.
Thank you. Well, I remember.
Okay, so. Yeah, we're continuing the meeting, sir. So. Thank you so much, and y'all have a great evening. Thank you. We're going to go ahead and continue now the meeting. Let me get to the right one. 8C. We're at ordinance 22-21.
So Mayor, I'm going to read the next two together as well because they're
Very
both
good.
related to the seawall.
Yep.
An ordinance of the City Commission of the City of Delray Beach, Florida, amending the Code of Ordinances by amending Chapter 100 nuisances, Section 100.04 seawalls, to establish regulations for the construction and maintenance of public and private seawalls and provide for general penalties. Amending Section 100.22, content and form of notice, to update the notice requirements for public nuisances, providing a conflicts clause, providing a severability clause, authority to codify, and providing an effective date. Ordinance number 23-21, an ordinance of the City Commission of the City of Delray Beach, Florida, amending the land development regulations of the City of Delray Beach Code of Ordinances by amending Chapter 7, Building Regulations, Article 7.1, Building Regulations, Section 7.1.7, Seawalls, and amending Article 7.9, Docks, Dolphins, Finger Piers, and Boat Lifts, Section 7.9.5, Standards for Approval, to establish regulations for the construction and maintenance of public and private seawalls, providing a conflicts clause, providing a severability clause, authority to codify, and providing an effective date. And these are both second reading public hearings. When we get to ordinance number 23-21, there is one amendment that we're going to have to make orally, and when we do the motion, we'll just say as amended.
Okay, very good. Anthea, you're up.
So I think this, I'm sure the commission is quite up to date on these two ordinances. There are two. One amends the Code of Ordinances, and it sort of sets forth how the city will deal with nuisance situations with seawalls. That's ordinance 22-21. The other is related to the land development regulations, which will establish minimum standards for seawalls moving forward. So when a new home comes in, or somebody is going to rebuild their seawall, we have the standards ready and adopted in the LDRs to help guide those improvements over time. At the first reading, the City Commission directed staff to hold a public outreach meeting to make sure that everyone affected by these new rules knew what the final versions of these ordinances said. That was held on December 16th. It was quite well attended. For City Workshop, we're excited. More than 20 people come. So it was quite well attended, and ultimately there was only one concern remaining. It was related to the validity of climate change. So doesn't really affect this ordinance in terms of that. So there were a couple of adjustments made to language to help clarify things between first and second reading. The minimum seawall height proposed for the land development regulations was increased from 4.0 feet to 4.2 feet, and that just remains consistent with the elevations recommended by that vulnerability study that was previously done. Anytime we change the LDRs, ultimately the finding is that it's consistent with the comprehensive plan, which of course we have, I'm blanking on CME. So we have an element related to climate change. I can't believe I'm blanking on it. If you have technical questions about what is in these documents, certainly I'm here to help. But if it's related to the Seawall vulnerability study, Cynthia Boisson, a city engineer, and the Assistant Public Works Director is here to answer any technical questions you have. Ultimately, these did receive unanimous recommendation of approval by the Planning and Zoning Board. So do you have any questions? The correction. So the ordinance related to nuisance includes a requirement of disclosure be included. The draft before you has the original second reading date in it, and so we would just update, we would want to update the date on, I'm trying to find a page.
It's on page 5 of ordinance number 23-21.
Yes, so to reflect not December of last year, because obviously transactions could have occurred between now and then, but to update it to reflect today's date if it's approved.
Okay.
Actually, I would say probably February 1st.
February 1st? Okay.
Okay, so that's
Do you have
your
any questions?
presentation? All right, very good, to the commission. I'm going to start with Commissioner Boylston. Is there any this is a, oh, I'm sorry, this is a public hearing, correct? Okay, so let's go to the public. If there's any questions, concerns, or comments on either ordinance 22-21 or ordinance 23-21, which is 8C and 8D in the agenda, please step forward, state your name and address, and you'll have 3 minutes. Hi there.
How you doing? My name is Dean Stanley. I live on 960 Gardenia Drive in Tropic Isles. I also do some building around here. I was just wondering, having gone through the process of getting seawalls and all this stuff, with all the restrictions that are already and implemented by Army Corps, the state, the county, why are we getting involved in doing even more stuff just to confuse the situation as it is? Right now I have a situation where we have a permit going in and the Army Corps and the county are already arguing between their issues. So now you're going to throw one more group of people into this situation. And I don't know if you've ever looked at any of the state, federal, or county restrictions that were around this situation. I don't think y'all need to add to any of it. They really know what they're doing, especially the Army Corps. They pretty much got this down. So I'm just, where you want to go with this is basic where you're at.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else? Seeing no one, public comment is closed. And now to the commission. Commissioner Boylston, did you want to start us off?
I'm all set, Mayor. Thank you.
Okay, very good, too. Commissioner Casale?
No, I mean, we've been discussing this for some time, and we know it's sort of necessity. So, I mean, I guess, if I may, might I just ask one question? With respect to the private, how are we notifying residents of what they should expect in the future? How this will impact them, residents who are impacted?
Cynthia, maybe? I'm not sure.
I'll have Cynthia can augment. I mean, we've been discussing what the standard should be in the city. So when a seawall permit is coming in, are you building it at 4? Are you building it at 4.2? Are you building it at 3? We are establishing those standards with this so that it's very clear what the expectations are. There's been a significant amount of public outreach throughout the vulnerability analysis and this effort, and including the workshop we just had. Do you have anything you'd like to add?
No, I think she pretty much covered it.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, Commissioner, Vice Mayor, anything?
Did we answer the gentleman's question? I don't know that I quite understand. I know everyone has a piece of the pie. Some are state, some are federal, some are state, county, city. I'm sure not all of these seawalls are one of those, and they're in the city. Am I correct? We're not trying to usurp anyone else's authority, and perhaps we're helping, hopefully, helping the residents and clarifying some of the things that the federal government, the state, the county may not be amenable to doing. And we're maybe assisting the residents.
We're already in the process. So this is just an amendment to a current LDR and a current ordinance. So we're already in the process. I think what this is attempting to do is clarify and enhance the ordinance so that we're consistent with climate change. And also, from my perspective, you know, the code of ordinance changes, to me, is the most important, because when we have people with seawalls that are failing, this actually gives us the ability to put time constraints on them for getting a permit and ultimately doing repairs. Typically, we haven't had that. And so when we've had these issues, you know, we're scrambling to figure out how to address it. And also for the public's perspective as well, because they don't know what the mandates are. So this at least puts something in the ordinance that says, these are the requirements. If you're cited by code, this is a timeline that you need to adhere to, lest you face further fines and issues with the city. So I think, you know, what we're doing is not that big of a change in the sense that we're already in the mix. We do deal with the county and the Army Corps of Engineers with these matters. But again, this is just putting the city in a position where we're dealing with the climate change and the rising tides in order for these seawalls to you know, not flood areas, I guess.
Yes.
Is the easiest way to define it.
I think it's very important that everyone understand that the city government is feet on the ground. We are the place where the residents meet the rubber meets the road, so to speak. The county isn't going to come and say this is going on. The state isn't going to do it. And the federal government, they're so far away, they don't even halfway know what's going on, even though the Army Corps of Engineers does their level best. The attention has not been put on it. So the city is left to do the work of enforcing, monitoring, being aware. So I just wanted that out there so everyone can understand why we're doing it.
So no, we can't talk from the audience. I'm sorry. That was a point at which, no, that's cut off. I'm sorry.
Just one more thing I wanted to add. Missy is actually watching the meeting. And she states that the ordinance sets elevation and condition standards that are not covered by state or federal regulations. So this is an extra level of protection.
Thank you.
So I have a question then on the same, did you finish? I'm sorry. Okay. On the same level, do we have a minimum right now where there's a height for our seawall?
No.
Do not? Okay, so that's an add-on to what we're doing. Okay, so is that going to create an additional issue with respect to what the gentleman was speaking about coming, now he's having to deal with not just, or would they just submit that it's going to be at 4.2 or higher?
So I think Cynthia can add it. This doesn't automatically trigger. So if you're coming in to do seawall repairs, substantial repairs, I'm correct, right? Then the ordinance gets triggered.
Thank you. I was thinking it was an automatic. Thank you.
Okay.
Right.
All right.
And,
very good. Any other questions?
New construction.
I'm sorry?
Or new construction. Right. So that it's not going to, we're not going to go to different properties and, assess and tell people their seawalls need to be higher. If they come into the city because there's an issue, or if the city becomes aware of an issue with the seawall, then the ordinance gets triggered.
May I just add, if I own property and we all know that the sea level is rising, would it not be to my benefit to do something to protect my property? Of course. So I congratulate the city in taking the initiative. Thank you.
All right, very good. Any other questions, concerns?
No. Motion to.
We have two, so
Right.
ordinances.
Ordinance number 2021.
2221?
2221, correct? Thank you.
Second.
Call the roll, please.
Mayor Petrolia?
Yes.
Ms. Cassell?
Yes.
Mr. Boylston?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Okay, and the
Ordinance
second one, make sure
approve
it's as
number
amended.
2321
As amended.
as amended, yes, thank you.
Second.
Call the roll, please.
Ms. Cassell?
Yes.
Mr. Boylston?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mayor Petrolia?
Yes. Okay, moving on to First reads, I guess it is?
Yes.
And this is ordinance 01-22.
An ordinance of the City Commission of the City of Delray Beach, Florida, rezoning approximately 1.78 plus or minus acres of land located south of West Atlantic Avenue and west of South Military Trail from planned office center, POC district, to general commercial GC district for the property located at 5200 West Atlantic Avenue, as more particularly described herein, amending City of Delray Beach zoning map July 26, 2021, providing a conflicts clause and a severability clause, providing an effective date, and for other purposes. This is scheduled as a first reading, but it's also a public hearing. I believe, and I left on the dais for you, the applicant's attorney, Ms. Belenky, submitted a request for postponement because this matter was already on the agenda and it's already been noticed for today. I did ask her to come in today. I see her sitting there, to come in and formally make the request. You would obviously have to vote on it today. And she is seeking a date certain of February 8th at 5 p.m. I would recommend that we open it up for public hearing. Anybody who speaks to this matter today will not be permitted to speak at the next first reading. And then you can have the discussion as to whether or not you wish to postpone.
Okay, so let's open up to a public hearing, ordinance 01-22. Anybody who would like to speak to this cannot speak the next time that it's open. So, I mean, you're the attorney.
Hi, yes, sorry, Christina Belenky for the record. Just respectfully requesting the postponement as my client did come down with COVID and can't be here this evening. So I'm happy to answer any questions that you have, but
Okay,
thank
very
you for your
good.
time.
Any other comments from the public? Seeing no one, public comments are closed. All right, discussion as far as postponement. Yes.
I have no objection.
Okay, so
So it would be a motion to postpone ordinance number 01-22 to a date certain to February 8th, 2022 at 5 p.m.
So moved.
Motion to approve. Okay. Second.
Call the roll, please.
Ms. Cassell?
Yes.
Mr. Boylston?
He's not here.
It's gone.
Okay. Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mayor Petrolia?
Yes. All right, very good. So that will be on February 8th. We are down to comments and inquiries of non-agenda items. City manager.
Nothing further at this time, Mayor. Thank you.
City attorney.
As discussed last week, I am requesting a shade meeting in the matter of Old School Square Center for the Arts versus City of Delray Beach. Shelley Petrolia, Shirley Johnson, and Lynn Jellin, and Julie Casal. Case number 50-2021 CA 102364. The purpose of the meeting is to discuss litigation strategy and a settlement offer that was made by Old School Square. In attendance at this meeting would be Mayor Shelley Petrolia, Vice Mayor Shirley Johnson, Deputy Vice Mayor Adam Frankel, Commissioner Ryan Boylston, Commissioner Julie Casal, City Manager Terrence Morris, City Attorney Lynn Jellin, Outside Counsel Joanne O'Connor, Outside Counsel Howard Dubassar, and a certified court reporter. The meeting should take approximately, I'm going to say 90 minutes just because of the amount of information we need to discuss. And it would take place on Friday, January 14th, 2020 at 1 p.m. And we would start in the chambers and move to the first floor conference room.
2022.
2022, thank you.
Been doing that all day.
Darn it.
Of course.
Do you need any kind of a motion or
I
anything?
need a motion and a vote, please.
Motion to approve? Motion to approve?
Second.
Call the roll, please.
Ms. Cassell?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mayor Petrolia?
Yes.
And the last thing I was going to bring to your attention is, as we have discussed, I did retain a noise consultant to work on our noise ordinance. We are having the kickoff meeting on February 21st at 2 o'clock. He will be doing a presentation, and then he's going to take a tour of our downtown and decide where to put the sound meters. Laura Simon is here, and she's graciously, January 21st. My dates are all wrong tonight. Laura has graciously volunteered to assist with the downtown tour, as well as some of our staff members. So we're very excited to get started on this. I've gotten a lot of questions as to when this ordinance is going to be done, and I can promise you it is not going to be done before 6 months. It is going to be a little bit of time to collect the data, interpret the data, and then make the proposals to the commission. So it's going to be a little bit of time, but we're excited to get started.
All right.
I have a question about that. Are we only going to talk about properties between Swinton and the Federals? Or are we going to go from military to the ocean.
So that would be very expensive, so no. Right now, I did ask him to do the entertainment district because I think that's the area of concern. But I have spoken to him about going a block or two in each direction, east and west, only because of the expansions that we're anticipating in the future, just to collect the data. Based on our discussions in the past, there wasn't really an interest in expanding the entertainment district. So at this point, I'm going to contain it. But he has direction to expand it, and I shouldn't just say north and south, east and west as well, because I do think that those areas, you know, it warrants it. But I did not go all the way down, you know, past to military and in the other direction. I did not do that.
May I have a consideration by the commission that we might just want to include all of downtown? And I've always consistently said downtown goes from I-95 to the ocean. And I don't know if we might want sections of our noise ordinance.
I think we discussed this at the last meeting when we didn't we make that determination on the area, and there were very specific reasons. When you're talking about 95 to Swinton, you might not be experiencing a lot of sound now. That could change in the future, but I think we decided on this area for very specific reasons.
Okay. The reason I say this is we're going into an expense now. It's only going to be more expensive later. If we could make a determination that this is going to be the entertainment district, then because a lot of the development that we're anticipating that may happen after we're long gone, but were I to sit here 10 years from now, it would be nice if someone had done some kind of, we've got residents within a block of potential development. And because I know that the reason this all started was because of a group of residents who were right on top of it, and they were there before the business came. And if we just had some kind of toe in the water, so to speak, that can always be changed, but at least we would have something. And maybe I'm overstretching.
It's, you know, I take direction from you, so if that's the direction of the commission, I'm happy to explore those numbers as well. But remember, so unreasonable noise is always prohibited, right? Mm-hmm. So we don't necessarily need a decibel to tell us that something is unreasonable. It would help, if you're interested in expanding the entertainment district, then I would say, yes, we should go as far out as you think the entertainment district should be expanded. But if you're not, I don't know if it's completely necessary. I'm including areas like Sunday Village in that area because I know that that's coming up before you, and I know that they're going to be requesting, you know, outdoor uses, and I know there's going to be additional noise. So something like that is easy, right? We know it's coming, so we might as well include that just so we can get a feel for what's going to be appropriate for that area. At this point, I think it's also challenging to come up with a decibel for areas that we haven't developed because we don't know what's there yet, right? So.
If we do know that we're going to be developing something on the Ave, we could set a standard now. It can always be changed if we find out that we've overreached, underreached, underestimated. I just would like to have a thought about it, not to expand the entertainment district. That's not my concern. Mm-hmm. My concern is the Sunday Village. The 600, 700, 800 block that I am determined is going to have something there eventually. Mm-hmm. And they're going to want to have something entertaining, as was there back in the day. There were nightclubs on Atlantic Avenue in that community.
If we measure it now, what do we achieve? Because there's nothing
we just
there.
set standards. We say you can't go above because you're going to have people within a block of you. You can't go over a certain decibel. Am I seeing something?
So the way that it works is he's going to go to the entertainment district and he's going to put these sound meters. Mm-hmm. They collect the sound. They tell him how loud the sound is currently. Mm-hmm. If there's nothing there to make the sound, then you're not going to get a reading. There's no data to collect.
But we do have something. The reason that we even started this survey.
Well, correct, there's always noise, but for example, the 6, 7, 800 block, there's no entertainment there right now. There's nothing to collect. So that wouldn't be meaningful. Going to the downtown area and collecting the data from there, that makes sense. Maybe going a little bit
Fifth
north
Avenue.
and south, where OG is and those areas are, that might be relevant because the noise is there.
Well, may I just make a suggestion then? Wherever there's something now, is that we're not discriminating, we're just collecting data for us to consider. And we do know that we have something at Fifth Avenue and Atlantic. We have entertainment over on A1A. They're outside of the district. Do we have a problem? If the answer is no, then fine. But we do have people living in those areas within a block or so. And if we could just think out of the box rather than just having the entertainment district and 10, 20 years later on, when it's going to be more expensive, have someone come and say, well, we've developed this, so what are the standards, et cetera, for that? Not that we're going to necessarily put in a law, but we have said OG has sound decibels. Hippopotamus, or whatever that place is, there's not a close to it, but we should entertain those also because we're going to have something up and down the federals. I don't know, is it going to be much more expensive to do something, but wherever we have a little pocket of entertainment, because I can guarantee you it's going to grow.
I'm happy to speak to him and provide you with a proposal. I can tell you it's going to be exponentially expensive because I really tailored it to the entertainment district and a little bit of buffer on each side, understanding that there's going to be future development. To go, all the way throughout the city, that's going to be very expensive. And I hesitate to do it because sometimes too much data, then it becomes meaningless. It becomes overwhelming. And so that's what we don't want. We want to establish a baseline, and from that baseline, we want to establish regulations that everybody can live with. So remember, as part of his study, he's going to do surveys. He's going to walk the area. He's going to talk to people about their quality of life. He's going to talk to the stakeholders, the businesses, the residents. So he's going to gather a lot of data for you that I do think that some of it will be relevant when we have expansion and when we have changes in development. But to jump the gun and do all that now, the data is not going to be relevant because the entertainment's not there. So you're going to have that disconnect because what the noise might be in the 600, 800 block now is not what it would be 5 years from now when it's finally developed. So I think
So we're going to come back if there's a
you're
need.
gonna have to, remember what I always say, our ordinances are living, breathing documents. They're always changing, and they have to change to be consistent and relevant with our current times.
I'm just concerned that the reason we even started this is not even going to be approached, but thank you.
I think maybe, there are some pockets, and I believe that's what the vice mayor is trying to say, that may not be included because it's not in the district, that are very concerning, that we get calls and we get complaints on all the time. How are they going to be handled with respect to this? Is it going to affect them or not?
The noise ordinance?
Yes.
Yes, the noise ordinance is citywide.
Okay.
So remember, the entertainment district is just a very tailored area that allows noise for 1 hour longer.
Yep.
So all that area does is extend the permissible noise
Okay.
1 additional hour. It doesn't change the unreasonableness of it. It still has to be reasonable, right?
Right.
So I'm happy to get with each of you individually, and if you have specific areas of concern,
Yep.
I'm sure they're going to overlap, and I'm happy to include them in the review.
If we've had complaints already, I would just not like to see a study that doesn't even touch them, that's all.
The areas with complaints are going to be addressed.
Very good, that's all I think I was after.
Look at that.
There you go. See, that was the question to ask. There it is. It's answered. You got it. All right, so to the commission. Vice Mayor? Turn your microphone back on. Microphone.
Thank you. If you're within the sound of my voice, you have 15 minutes to get to the polls if you're in District 88. It's a very quiet vote, but it's very vital. It affects our city. Thank you very much for all of your indulgence tonight, especially about the Martin Luther King observation and vote. Believe it or not, and secondly, that's the end of that. Secondly, believe it or not, January 31st marks the end of Mr. Terrence Moore's 6-month stint with us. It has quickly gone, the time has gone quickly rather, and I believe he's owed a 6-month interim review, and we've not always been good at doing this. So I've asked that we receive a form or format to fill out, and I hope that you will take this time to take a look back over the last 6 months and share your thoughts publicly at the February 1st City Commission meeting. Mr. Moore, I thank you for all that you've done. It's been marvelous working with you. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. I look forward to the visit February 1st.
That's all. Thank you, Mayor.
All right, Commissioner Cassell.
Is Mr. Boylston, did he want to speak? Is he done?
I think he's not with us any longer.
Okay, thank you. So, Ms. Johnson, you forwarded out an email from the League of Cities, which touched a lot on home rule, which is interesting because I was planning on discussing that this evening. Just a quick update to follow up on our discussion with Mr. Caruso. In 2020, Florida lawmakers proposed 42 bills prohibiting local governments from taking action on issues in their communities.
Wow.
42. And in 2021, it's not fully tallied up yet, but I believe it's approximately 29. So preemption is a tool being used by lawmakers to remove or supersede our local authority. And the reason, well, I was planning on bringing this up, but it's perfect timing because an example of this is House Bill 55. We spoke about this before, which has to do with building design. I don't know if you recall, but it basically provides that regulations relating to building design elements may not be applied to certain dwellings. And what Anthea and I discussed is this doesn't apply to historic districts, CRA, planned residential developments like the one that was in front of us this evening. But I met with the BPOA recently, and they have serious concerns and are seeking remedies for what they refer to as overgrown homes in the barrier island. And just for you ladies to see, this is one example, and this is another example. And, I think we can all agree that their position is not unreasonable. Single-story homes on the barrier island are being replaced or, torn down or replaced with houses that are double and sometimes triple their size. The residents feel that the new larger homes are disrupting the community in which many families have lived for a very long time. These new homes, because of their large footprint, have environmental impacts. We know that first and foremost, they create drainage problems and contribute to the stormwater issues that we are currently experiencing. There's less landscaping in homes of this size, and they are sun blocking to their neighbors. And those are facts. So, when talking to Anthea today, there are hurdles that would have to be overcome to address this, and I appreciate that. There's time, money, and the question of whether even this is something we can do, we would need to investigate. However, one of the things that strikes me is that, are we going to protect the charm that is the village by the sea or not? And that's sort of what we're faced with, and it's a challenging question. And I really think we need to ask ourselves that, because that's what determines if we go forward. You make great points as to why this is very difficult for us. But on the other hand, I started thinking about this afternoon, and I just think about if we don't look into this, what's the outcome? And it concerns me. So I know it's challenging. You and I had a conversation, and I always appreciate your time. And we need to know the parameters. What can we do? How this applies, how it doesn't. As you know, the BPOA suggested some things, establishing setbacks. They said setting floor area ratios, establishing a permissible ratio from 75% of combined areas of second and third floors to 1, limiting the length and face of the facade building on the front side, and considering different standards. And I'm just saying, I think we should see what, if anything, we can do and have that discussion about, can we accomplish it? Because I do think we would probably all agree, I'm speaking for myself, but sitting up here, that retaining the charm in the city is something that's critically important to the residents, and I think critically important to us as well. Would you like, thank you.
Hi, Anthea, Engineers Development Services Director. We did talk about this, and we do have ongoing concerns. This is another one where I think we would have to be legally just very careful because we have been preempted. You know, you can put it in a PUD, but a city can't protect a neighborhood unless it's historic or in a CRA. You know, I think it's worth investigating whether there are some things that maybe don't address style, which is certainly not allowed. You can't say we don't like modern buildings, and so you always have to build in a certain style. But there are things that control bulk and mass. Right. And I do think there may be some leeway there, but we would need to be very careful, and I would need to do some investigation with the Department of Economic Opportunity and also with City Attorney's Office to make sure we don't overstep what has been preempted by the state already. But, you know, it's an ongoing complaint that we hear over time, and also a great reason to designate historic districts, one more. So I'm just saying. Yeah.
So this is what you and I talked about. Could we put an overlay on it? Could we do it as a designation? Right. How can we get there? And I'm always a firm believer in there's got to be a way. We just have Kent. Where is Kent here? He's a master at this, I've realized through my various communications with him. But there's probably a way.
Right.
And then, so the question is, what is that?
Right. So
may I just inject a thought I just had as you were talking and you said something. When you are impacting your next door neighbor with drainage issues, I would think there's something that would say you have the right to have your property protected against your neighbor devaluing your property. There's got to be something that the state legislators would buy, because they're always saying, I have a right to protect my property.
Right.
This does not protect your neighbor's property in some cases.
You make such a great point, because if we don't have a shared standard, right, then my enjoyment of my house can be substantially impacted by your house, essentially. But
pull your microphone closer.
Oh, I apologize. So, I mean, I don't know what you ladies think about this, but I do.
I think it's worth, you know, at least looking into. So let me ask another question. We do have standards that are, you know, design standards. Have they gone by the wayside now?
No, actually, when that bill was moving through the session, the city was feverishly going back and forth with partners in other cities that also care about architectural design standards and things. And so ultimately, the way the bill, I think, passed, CRAs and historic districts were automatically added in, but there was also, I think, a caveat for communities that had design review boards, which we do. We have the site plan review and appearance board. We don't currently take all of single family through them unless they want to appeal an administrative decision, but since they are in the chain of approval, in my opinion, BPOA and the other design guidelines that are already adopted are protected, and they can certainly be amended if they need to be. My understanding as well, and again, the team here from Long Range, we have a couple of nuanced things that we need to start working through with the preemptions, workforce housing, and then also this one if it's the direction of the commission. So we are basically threading the needle, but I think it's worth looking into, because my understanding is that we can regulate increased setbacks or measures related to bulk. It's more, I think, a pushback that you can't tell me I have to build Mediterranean houses only or something. So we just need to really dig into it and see how it's being applied in the state.
Thank you.
It's worth doing.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
All right. Anything else?
No, I think that's quite enough for the staff this evening.
All right. So the only thing that I wanted to bring up was that I know we're in the middle of doing our police, you know, negotiations for the future, next 3 years, I believe it is. When is that actually due? When is that final? Is that this fall, or are we behind? Where are we in?
The most recent agreement ran between October 1, 2018 until September 30, 2021.
So we are behind in that. In other words, we didn't negotiate prior to, they're actually, we are behind it.
Oh.
There's currently no agreement.
Okay, gotcha. I just wanted to make an announcement to the public because I don't know why I wasn't aware of this. Executive sessions are public, meaning that these meetings that happen with respect to our negotiation with unions are able to be attended by the public. It's posted and it is a public meeting. Because it says executive session, I think that confuses the public and they don't realize that they're able to be there. So I just wanted to make sure that I announced that because I'm remiss in really recognizing and understanding that public is allowed to be there. I think that when we're doing that, and I know that in sense that we use the boardroom, which is fine, but any other office in the city, I think it doesn't really kind of invite the public in. I think that this is really where the public expects to congregate when it's a public meeting, with the exception of maybe the boardroom, the large boardroom. So I would say, in the future that if there's ever an executive level or executive board meeting where the public is, invited, that it be in one of those two places, because otherwise I don't think that they really realize they're invited.
So we record those, just the audio then, not the video? We don't record them at all?
No.
Only shade meetings there's a court reporter present because it's part of litigation.
So that's interesting, but should we not be recording those meetings?
No.
Okay.
Does that mean then, Mayor, that in order to accommodate the public, we should have them here where there's adequate seating?
Right. The
Recording
only
or
reason
not?
why the boardroom, I think, is used sometimes is if we're dealing with paperwork where, you're having to go through things, and it would be very difficult, I think, in a open setting like this. That might be one of the reasons why they use that. It's a little bit more intimate. But my feeling is that also when we have a public meeting like that or an executive meeting, and this is just my feeling, going in and having to make a decision based on a very, very small amount of time that is of such great magnitude going forward, such as our understanding how the pensions are working. These are extremely, extremely difficult and very intricate information, and there's just no way you can absorb that as a commissioner who's making this decision that's going to affect the bottom line of taxes going forward for our tax base. Having 1 hour dedicated is just not enough. In addition, that I don't even have any information that I could bring with me home. I mean, it's collected, and I think it's collected, is it not?
Correct.
Okay.
I think, Dwayne's not here, so I think I need him to confirm a lot of this. And I don't have my laptop, so can we give me 1 second to look into this?
Sure.
And I do want to clarify the record. The agreement expired, but it still runs until such time.
Yeah, no, I understand that.
I just wanted to make that clear.
Yeah, I just wanted to know if it was this year that the agreement would be running out, or last year. It was last year, and that's what I think that
It was September.
Exactly.
Right, give me a second about the executive session, so because I do want to confirm.
It's still raining.
I guess that's what that noise is, right?
I know, I feel like I don't want to, I think if we have to order pizza and hang around for an hour.
Polls are closed.
I apologize, I feel like it's my fault. So, Mayor, perhaps I misspoke when you and I spoke. Public cannot attend the meetings, so that's why they're noticed because of the fact that the commission is meeting outside of the sunshine.
Got it.
So I believe that minutes are taken by whoever's the HR director, and from that standpoint, and I think that's why we collect the documents. So, however, and this is what I need to confirm, I know that in the past, there have been commissioners that have attended these, so I don't know if it's a situation where maybe a commissioner can attend the negotiations, but not the public. So that's what I need to be clear on. I apologize.
Okay.
It's interesting, though.
All right, so my initial thought was correct that the executive board, those meetings are not open to the public.
Correct.
Okay.
And they're still subject to the requirements, similar to a shade meeting where minutes are taken, but it doesn't have the formality of a shade meeting because it's not related to litigation.
Okay.
It makes sense that those are not public meetings, but I guess the question then would be, what determines if a meeting should or should not be public? Who or what determines that?
Florida statute.
Okay.
The Florida statute defines which meetings you can have. So for example, a shade meeting, any meetings related to ongoing litigation or pending litigation, those don't have to be in
Obviously,
the
those would be
sunshine.
shade meetings, right?
But they have to be announced publicly so that the public is aware that you're going to meet. The difference between a shade meeting is that at the conclusion of the litigation, the transcripts that are made in the shade meeting become public.
Yeah.
So that's the difference. But,
So Florida state determines that we have to have our contract negotiations in executive session?
well, no, but you know, it's challenging to negotiate in the public, right?
Right.
So it's I shouldn't say in the public, up here. So I think that's why Florida law gives you that ability to have those conversations outside of the sunshine.
Got it.
Because there are certain things that, for strategy purposes, you may not want the other side to know why you're moving in a certain direction. Maybe with the pension, maybe with the salaries, that it becomes an issue of it's more of a strategy negotiation. And when you're providing direction to staff, you're telling staff how to direct the negotiations and what strategies to utilize in order to get the outcome that you're seeking. So I think that's why the law allows for you to be able to do things in this outside of the sunshine, in the shade.
Okay, so it's not a requirement, it's a choice by, because I was going to say, I know that there are other cities that do this in public, and that's why I'm kind of confused, and it didn't make sense to me. So in some cities, they will actually have their meetings in public.
So there are certain situations, like if you get to an impasse, that becomes public.
Okay.
So those meetings you see on TV where, the unions come out and the membership comes out to attempt to publicly encourage the commission to stop the impasse and to continue the negotiations. So those are typically what you see publicly. But when the commission is giving staff direction on how to move forward with the negotiations, those are not done publicly in the typical fashion.
All right.
Thank you, that was informative.
All right, anything else? Seeing and hearing nothing, I'm going to go ahead and adjourn the meeting.
Thank you.
Everyone have a great evening. Be safe.
Good night, everyone. Take care.